Morning, everybody. Morning. Before we get started, we're going to ask Dr. Gentry if she'll lead us in a word of prayer.
I will, thank you. I ask that you bow with me. If you choose not to pray, I ask humbly that you reflect upon three things for which you are grateful. Please bow your heads. Gracious Father, again, thank you for the gift that is today. Thank you for waking us up. Thank you for allowing us to be your hands and feet, to love others well as you have loved us, showing grace. Help us to be about your business today. Bless us and anoint us with the wisdom and discernment as we hear these cases. Help us to protect the public while still empowering our nurses. We are grateful for the profession of nursing and that you allow us to do your work and minister to the needs of others. Thank you for those here today who have prepared so diligently these cases so we may make wise decisions. Thank you for beauty that you woke us up with, and the sunshine and the beautiful trees and just everything we get to enjoy in your kingdom. Thank you for our loved ones and what they mean to us, and just cover us today as well as them, and a hedge of protection, and help us to be about your business. In your son's wonderful name, we pray all these things. Amen.
Amen. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs and 4 LPNs, 1 physician and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel on the board, with 1 being serving as an alternate, and who will not participate in the deliberation or the decision concerning the case. At this time, we're going to introduce the members of the board. I'm Nancy Norris, LPN.
Janelle Moody, RN. Lacey Gentry, RN and alternate.
Carly Walker, LPN.
I'll introduce our Assistant Attorney General, Philip Strickland, and turn it over to him.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Today we're here before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing in the matter of, says it correctly, Siobhan Triplett, license number P-336186. See. The board is already introduced. As the attorney for the board, would you mind identifying yourself for the record?
Alexis Morris.
Is the licensee present?
No, she is not.
And has notice been properly served?
Yes, and I plan to introduce these exhibits, but I will introduce them for the record as well. We sent the first notice of hearing to the respondent on or about March 14th, 2024. That notice was returned to the office on or about April 5th of 2024. And on or about December 16th, 2024, a second notice of hearing was sent to the respondent, and the board received the green card and the USPS tracking number, which matches the via certified mail number on the second notice of hearing, and states that it was delivered to the respondent's address on December 23rd, 2024. So we believe that we have met the statutory burden required for notice.
Take judicial notice that notice to the respondent has been given. And at this point, we're prepared to proceed with the hearing. Are there any preliminary matters we'd like to address before we get started?
Yes, I would request that exhibits B1 through B21 be admitted under seal. They do contain patient information for a minor as well.
B1 through B21 under seal. I'll have those records entered accordingly. All right, at this time, I'll allow, is the state plan call a witness now?
Yes, Investigator Tawanda Jones.
Mr. Jones, I'll have the court reporter swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you.
I'll allow the state to proceed with either an opening statement or the case in chief as you see fit.
I'd actually like to provide an opening statement in this case.
Please.
This case involves a serious and multiple lapses in the standard of care and professional conduct by the respondent, a licensed nurse entrusted with the medical care of a vulnerable pediatric patient receiving continuous PEG tube feedings. From the outset, our clear and convincing evidence will show that the respondent failed to fulfill even the most fundamental responsibilities required of the nursing profession. While assigned for care to pediatric patient KR, respondent failed to remain aware of key changes to the patient's prescribed feeding regimen, specifically the increased volume of PEG tube formula. This lack of knowledge combined with respondent's inability to confirm the formula's availability or quantity directly compromised the patient's nutritional support. Moreover, the respondent was unable to produce nursing documentation detailing the patient's intake and output or medication administration. These are critical records for any patient receiving total and complex care. Tragically, although the patient was medically capable of rapid weight gain, no such progress occurred under the respondent's supervision and care. The matter becomes even more concerning with evidence that the respondent knowingly falsified medical documentation and then altered those records. Initially, the respondent submitted timesheets and nursing notes from a time period of February 1st, 2021 through May 6, 2021, claiming that she had worked from 7 to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. However, medical and educational attendance records for patient KR indicated that the patient was frequently absent, dropped off late at these appointments, or picked up at inconsistent times during this period. On or about May 7, 2021, after another investigation identified inconsistencies between respondent's records and the patient's actual attendance at Delta Pediatric Care, respondent, along with the patient's mother, attempted to retrieve and review true attendance records for patient KR. After receiving those records, the respondent submitted an entirely new set of nursing notes and timesheets, retroactively adjusting the work schedule from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then from 4:30 p.m. through 9 p.m. This was an apparent effort to align the corrected data and conceal the prior misrepresentations. Additionally, respondent falsely documented providing care on days which the patient was known to be out of town for medical appointments in Jackson, Mississippi. As a result of this conduct, respondent was charged with violating 5 sections of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. And pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code 73-1529-1, this board has the power to take discipline against the license of Ms. Triplett. And under these circumstances, we would ask the board to consider revocation in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Considering the respondent's not present, I'll allow you to present your case in chief when you see fit.
Okay, please state your name again for the record. Tawanda Jones, and your current place of employment.
Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you been employed with the board?
I've been employed with the Board of Nursing for 7 years
And in what capacity?
and investigate.
So you're familiar with the investigative processes of the board?
Yes,
And are you familiar with this case 2021-0420?
yes.
And how so?
I was the person that worked the case, subpoenaed the documents, and interviewed witnesses.
If you would turn with me to page 3, what has been marked as B2 and identify that document for the record.
Page 3, Exhibit B2 is a licensure document.
Okay, and who is this licensure document for?
Siobhan Denise Triplett.
And when was Ms. Triplett first licensed?
She was first licensed as an LPN of August 16th, 2018, and as an RN, May 15th, 2024.
Now, would you turn with me to page 11 and identify that document for the record?
Page 11 is the second notice of hearing dated December 16th, 2024.
And what is the date that is ordered for the respondent to appear on that notice?
The date on the notice is July 17th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Please flip to page 12 and identify that document for the record.
Page 12 is the complaint for the respondent.
And what are the charges listed against the respondent?
Charge 1 is the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the person under the licensee's care. Charge 2, the respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner make incorrect entries or false or fail to make essential entries on record. Charge 3, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including altering entries or destroying medical records in violation of Administrative Code PT 2820 R 1.2E1. Charge 4, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including failure to make legible essential entries in violation of the Administrative Code. Charge 5 is a respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in patient's record in violation of the Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820 R 1.2E4.
Now, are there facts listed to substantiate the charges in the complaint?
Yes.
Will you summarize those facts for the board, please?
Okay. To summarize the facts, the medical records were reviewed for the patient, and the patient was a continuous peg feed patient. There was an order to increase her rate from 55 to 65 milliliters, and the respondent was not aware of that. The respondent was also not aware that the infusion company came to deliver more product or formula for the patient, and the mother refused the formula because she said she had a closet full of formula, and based on the university's assessment of the rate per the hour and the number of bottles or boxes of formula that the patient should have had, based on her calculations, that it was time for the patient to have formula. So in addition to that, the nurse at the university called the mother to kind of find out what was going on. She discovered that they were not aware of the rate change. The patient was constantly losing weight. And in addition to that, the nurse notes did not match what the formula feeding. So the child was in a medical daycare center for the majority of the day, although she did miss days, but there were days that she was at that daycare. That daycare was responsible for feeding the patient formula while that patient was under their care. So the nurse submitted one set of notes, and in those notes, she had continuous care for the patient from 7 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. Once an investigation was started and she was questioned, then she called the facility, and the facility at first did not give her those notes to find out when that child was present there. They told her she needed clearance from the mother. She got clearance from the mother. She got copies of the notes when that child was at that medical daycare center and the times, and then she provided a second set of notes that would fit for the time frame, within the time frame that that child was at the medical daycare center.
Thank you. Please turn with me to page 16 and identify that document for the record.
Page 16B6 is an interview letter that I sent to the respondent dated September 22nd, 2021.
And page 17, we got identify that document for the record.
Page 17 is an email response from the respondent back to me.
Okay, and will you please explain the respondent's email that she submitted to you?
Okay, the respondent is saying that she was fully aware of the allegation that occurred during her employment with Attentive Care Nursing and was scheduled the following. She just gave the doctor's appointments for that child. And some appointments she kept and some that she did not. And she also mentioned towards the last sentence that the child was transferred via her personal vehicle on 3/29/21 was a missed appointment, but the one on 1/29/21 at 2:30, according to the respondent, she took that patient in her personal vehicle to that doctor's visit.
Now, if you would turn with me to page 20 and identify that document. Excuse me, I'm sorry, B7. Thank you.
Page 20, Exhibit B7 is a letter from the Attorney General's office asking for copies of the records that we subpoenaed.
To your knowledge, did you all ever send this information to the Attorney General's office?
Yes, the records were supplied to the, copies of the records were supplied to the Attorney General's office.
Okay. And as far as you know, did they open a formal investigation against the respondent?
Yes, they did.
Do you happen to know where they are in that investigation right now?
I do not. It's pending with their office right
Now, please turn with me to page 22. I believe that has been marked as Exhibit B8 and identify that document for the record.
Page 28, Exhibit B8 is the cover sheet with confirmation number for a report that was sent to MDCPS.
Okay. Will you please summarize this report for the board?
This is a report that was sent over as a result of the investigation with Batson Children's Hospital. The types of maltreatment for the child in patient KR or abandonment, emotional abuse, neglect, physical neglect, mental neglect, physical abuse, and sexual assault. And the perpetrators on the report were the mother and the grandmother, and the person that filed the report was an employee of Infusion Plus.
Now, turn with me to page 28. And I believe that's still part of that report. We've identified this portion of the document.
Page 28 is an addition to the complaint that was filed with MDCPS. And this is just spelling out all of the areas in which they had a concern where the patient was malnourished based on her age, and that there was a weight loss of the patient from one of her earlier appointments. She had a weight loss.
Okay, and how old was patient KR at this time? Do you, yes, I believe it's on there, but it may be a little hard to read.
It says it's an 8-year-old special needs patient.
Okay, and at the time, what was her current weight?
Her current weight was 16 pounds. And this report also talked about there was suspicious of sexual abuse.
And do you know that the date that this CPS complaint was filed?
September 12th, 2019.
Now, if you would turn with me to page 29 and identify that document for the record.
Page 29, Exhibit B9 is a letter from the owner of Attentive Care Nursing Service.
And will you please summarize this email?
This email is from the owner of the company that was providing the private duty nursing, skilled nursing for the patient. And it was basically, I requested some documents from her regarding the patient, the timesheets for the actual respondent where she was paid, and also nursing notes for the respondent, and the MAR and treatment records for the patient. And she pretty much emailed me back and said that, and I also asked her, was it customary to have 2 sets of notes for a patient for the same time frame? She indicated that that was not standard practice to have 2 sets of notes. And she also mentioned that the nurse was terminated from the facility and that there were documents that were missing and they could not find.
Now, please turn to page 30 and identify that document.
Page 30 is like a timeline that was provided by Attentive Care for the case regarding patient KR.
Okay, will you please briefly give that timeline and kind of a brief synopsis of each date, if you would?
So starting with May 7th, 2021, C. Williams spoke with the nurse from UMMC, and they contacted the owner about the discrepancy in the nursing notes. It was discovered that this patient was at a medical daycare center, so they wanted to talk to her about the discrepancy in the notes. She was informed her that she attempted to explain the discrepancy in her notes and stated that she submitted the wrong set of notes. So that's why there was a second set of notes. So then if you move down to 510, C. Williams RN called Siobhan to inform that the mother had reached out to her, and she spoke with the mom and informed her that there was discrepancy in the nursing notes. She informed Siobhan that she was coming to work and asked again if Siobhan was coming in to work, and she stated Siobhan doesn't come to work every day at her scheduled time. And she informed the mom and nurse that she would see them on tomorrow. And then C. Williams spoke with Tiffany about the next steps regarding this in-house investigation. And C. Triplett, and the fact that they were going to report this information to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. And they informed the respondent at that time that it would be reported to us. On 5/11, C. Williams arrived at the home of the patient to do a non-routine visit. The client was about to leave for her bus for the medical daycare center. While at home, it was noted discrepancies again, and stated that the mother is stating that Siobhan had been coming to work when scheduled. And she stated, this is the mother speaking, that this was the best nurse that her child had ever had. At 10:30, C. Williams spoke with Siobhan and explained that she had been reported to the board for the inaccurate notes and fraud. Explained her documentation should be timely, an example of everything she did during the shift. And then T. Johnson spoke with C. Williams about the matter with Triplett, but wanted to speak with Triplett to get more information. At 12:40, T. Johnson spoke with the respondent to get more information. The respondent stated she made mistakes. She was pregnant, had a lot going on, and just made a mistake, and that she would submit the correct paperwork. At 1:21, T. Johnson spoke with the mom of the patient, and the mom stated that the nurse works every day, ma'am. She comes in the morning at 7 and leaves once the medical daycare center sends a bus around to pick up the child. And then she comes back at 4 p.m. And she went on to say that she's a great nurse. At 4:12, C. Williams sent over requests for dates of service from the medical daycare center to investigate the discrepancies. And the daycare center denied that request from the respondent. C. Williams had accurate documentation obtained from C. Williams. Then on 5/12, Tiffany Johnson and the respondent, she called the respondent and spoke to her again, explained to the nurse that the charting 101 is that you're supposed to document when something occurs at that time.
Thank you. Now, if you would, please turn to page 32 and identify that document for the record.
Page 32 is a report from Children's Hospital regarding patient KR.
And who drafted this report?
Beckenheim, she's a pediatric complex care nurse.
And can you briefly summarize this report for the board?
This is the report where the nurse from the Children's Hospital received a call from an employee from Infusion Plus. They were discussing the mother denying the company to deliver the formula to her house. And they went over the math for how much formula should have been delivered on that day based on the order for the rate for that child. They talked about the shipping, how many bottles of formula should have been shipped, and the fact that the mother said that she had a closet full of formula that she had not used. Then they called attentive care nursing. They spoke to the case manager to discuss the feeding, and they were not aware either of the change of rate from 55 to 65. And again, they talked about what hours does the respondent supposed to be with the patient. And of course, the staffing agency thought it was from 7 until 3.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there because I
Okay.
want you to read a paragraph starting on page 33 at complex care coordinator.
Okay. So page 33, the second paragraph, it says complex care RN coordinator spoke with the patient's mother, attentive care PDM Cleo and PPEC Delta Pediatrics. The staff to discuss the feeding. See her notes. It says PPEC did send a log of patients' attendance and weight, and that she was requested that PPEC continue to send these our records. SW then contacted Cleo at Attentive Care and requested to speak with the nurse caring for the patient. CW was provided with the name and number of the patient's PDN nurse, Siobhan Triplett. We spoke with Ms. Triplett regarding the feeding concerns, and the mother reported not needing current shipment of formula. Ms. Triplett was not able to confirm if the patient had a surplus of formula, and she did not state that she did state that she goes to care for the patient Monday to Friday from 7 until 3, which conflicts with the report that the patient attends PPEC Monday through Friday, 10 until 3.
What, if anything else, was stated or noted in this document, that stood out to you?
If you look down from the paragraph that I read, 2 paragraphs down, the nurse from the hospital called the daycare center to determine if maybe the respondent would be there to help take care of the child during the time that she was there. And the owner of the company told her that no, it was against policy to have an outside person to come into their facility to take care of the child or even feed the child while they're there during the time at the medical daycare.
Okay, and I also just wanted to bring your attention to something. You previously testified that according to the respondent's records, she took care of patient KR Monday through Friday, correct? Roughly?
Yes.
Okay, however, she stated she did not know if the patient had a surplus of formula, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you ever speak with anyone at the facility regarding the respondent, either from UMMC or from the Delta Pediatric Care, regarding patient KR?
I did. I interviewed the nurse from Batson Hospital, and I also interviewed staff at the medical daycare center.
Please turn with me to page 56. And identify that document.
Okay, page 56, exhibit B11. This is a patient summary from the medical daycare center.
Okay, and the name of that center is?
Delta Pediatric Care.
I was going to ask you to read from this document, but it appears it's a little blurry. But there's a paragraph that starts with, there's I believe what's been redacted, the patient's name is a medically complex patient. If you could read that paragraph, if you can.
Well, I know I've looked at this document so many times, it is blurred, but it's just saying that this is a medically complex patient that's 100% PEG tube fed, and that the weight of the patient was 16.7 pounds. And she also was noted to be very, I can't make out what that word is. So it's basically just saying that this patient was at the daycare center and she was underweight and she was a medically complex patient.
Now, please turn to 57. And I was going to ask that you read the paragraph starting with some, if you can.
Some of diagnoses have been caused by mothers' unwillingness to follow doctors' recommendation and orders, as evident by the refusal of ordered supply therapies, refuse to follow feeding regimen, and refusal of vaccines.
During this time that this summary was drafted, patient KR was still under the respondent's care, correct?
That's correct.
Well, turn with me to 63 and identify this document.
Page 63 B12, is a certification of medical necessity for private duty nursing and personal care assistant.
So what, if anything, did you notice about this document?
Well, this is a document that's indicating all of her diagnoses and that she's a PEG 2 fit patient. Total care.
Now, turn with me to page 67 and identify that document.
This is a continuation of that document.
Okay, and will you please read, if you can, under the paragraph that starts with list all responsible caregivers living in the home?
Okay, it says provider description of these caregivers as well as work, school, or medical conditions that that admit the ability or availability of the caregiver's care for the member. Patient resides with the mother and 2 sisters. A history of CPS involvement due to noncompliance with feeding regimen.
But at the time this document was drafted, patient KR was still supposedly under the care of the respondent, correct?
That's correct.
Now turn with me to page 68. Okay, and identify that document.
Page 68B13 is a list of dates for 2020, 2021. And what I asked for the nurse from Batson is to supply to us the dates of the appointments for the patient.
Now, what, if anything, do you notice about the dates listed on this page and with the dates that you were provided with during your investigation?
Based on this list of dates that was provided to me by Batson, I noticed that on January 29th, 2021, the patient had an appointment in Jackson, Mississippi at 2:30 p.m. And also on February 24th, 2021, the patient had an appointment in Jackson, Mississippi at 2:30. And on those particular dates, the nurse or the respondent also billed for services for those dates.
Okay. Do you have those times? I believe they're listed earlier, but off the top of your head, do you remember the times in which the respondent stated that she was working with patient KR on those days?
Starting at 7 in the morning.
Now, where was patient KA and her family living during this time?
They lived in the Delta.
Okay, so about how far would it take them, roughly an estimate, with light traffic depending, would it take them to leave their house from the Delta to make it to Jackson, Mississippi?
Based on my Googling, from the address of the patient to the address of the University of Mississippi Medical Center, based on Google, it takes about 2 hours and 12 minutes one way.
Now, please turn to page 69 and review that document and identify that document.
Page 69 is a list, an attendance list for patient KR from Delta Pediatric Care.
Okay, and what, if anything, is significant about this document?
The times, if you look at the times on the dates that the patient was at the facility, that she's there from 9 until 3.
Was this?
Pretty much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not to interrupt. Was this the information that the respondent called and requested on for patient KR?
Yes.
Please turn with me to page 71. And identify that document. I believe we already discussed it. 71. Yes.
Page 71 is a printout that I did from Google Maps based on addresses from the patient's house to the University Hospital.
Okay. And why is this significant?
Well, the patient was en route traveling from her home to her appointment, which was at 2:30. And then she had to have time to go in and see the providers listed whatever appointment she had, but the respondent was billing as if she was providing services during that period of time.
Okay, I believe you testified previously that the respondent stated that she drove the patient to at least one or two of these appointments. Do you believe that statement to be true?
I don't believe it to be true, but
Okay.
she
Why?
did. Well, first of all, her first set of notes had a totally different time frame. It was from 7 a.m. until 3. And then once she realized that someone was looking at it, then we have a second set of notes, which is not typical. And the second set of notes puts her at the patient's house from 7 until 9. And that's when the bus would come by and pick the patient up, take her to the daycare. And then she said she completed her day once the child was returned back home until into the evening hours.
Turn your attention to page 72, which is marked as B14, and identify that document for the record.
Okay, page 72, B14. This would be a time sheet for the respondent for the first set of information that she submitted for pay.
Okay, now this time sheet is a little difficult to read, but can you make out at least the hours, the time that she reported that she worked originally, and the date, if you can?
Yes, so this time sheet is for the respondent for her hours that she supposedly supplied skilled nursing. And the first one is like January 4th, 2021, starting at 7 a.m. until 1500 hours, 8 hours. She completed this time sheet from Monday through Friday. All of her times starting is 7 a.m. and all of her times endings are 1500 for a 40-hour week.
Now I'm gonna ask you to put that to the side and turn with me to page 80, which is marked as B15. Okay, and will you identify that document for the record?
Page 80B15 is a timesheet by the respondent, and it's dated February 1st through the 5th, 2021. And her time start or 7 a.m. to 9:30, and then she breaks and starts back at 1600 hours to 21:30. And that's for the entire week.
Now, is this for the first set or second? This is the second set of notes?
This is the second set of notes that was supplied.
Now, well, excuse me, timesheets.
Timesheet, yes.
Okay, now as the investigator, did you review and compare both sets of timesheets?
I did.
Okay, and what were your findings, or anything at all regarding the respondent's timesheets?
So the original timesheets that were turned in and the respondent was paid for, all of her time started at 7 in the morning until 1500 hours. And once the respondent realized that someone was looking into this and they requested a timesheet of the attendance for the patient from the medical daycare center, the second set of timesheets, the times were different.
In your investigation, did you determine whether any of those times conflicted when patient KR was either at a doctor's appointment or at Delta Pediatric?
Yes.
Now, please turn with me to page 88 and identify that document for the record.
Page 88B16, these are nursing notes for the respondent for 2024,
Okay.
February 2024.
And what, if anything, do you notice about these dates?
Well,
Or the nursing note in particular?
the nursing note for this particular date starts at 7 in the morning and it is continuous until 1500 hours.
Now, you have reviewed, I believe, as the investigator for as long as you have been with the board, have you reviewed any other progress notes or records in any other investigations?
I have.
So what, if anything, is missing or deficient regarding this set? I believe, is this the first or second set that was submitted?
This would be the first set. It starts at 7 in the morning and it ends at 1,500 hours. And this patient was it needed skilled nursing services for each day. That's what the plan of care was for. But based on the nursing notes, there are some items that are missing. At 7 in the morning, you do see the vital signs, but all throughout the day, you don't see any more vital signs. You don't see anything about input, output as far as the continuous peg feeding.
Thank you. And does she list the amount, or anything regarding the amount of formula that should be given to patient KR? Is that listed on this document?
No, and there was no input or out. Or flushes.
Got it. Well, we turn with me to page 129 and identify that document. Turn to page 130 and identify that document.
So page 130, these are nursing notes for patient KR by the respondent. And again, it's 2024 and it starts at 7 in the morning and it ends 7 in the morning. And then you see it up until 9:12. And then there's a break and she comes back at 16:29.
Now, the note that you just reviewed, the first note on page 88, that is the first set of notes for the same date, correct?
That's correct.
You previously testified that patient KR also had a doctor's appointment that day, correct?
That's correct.
Is that doctor's appointment noted at all on the updated set of notes?
No, it is not.
Okay, and what, if anything else, do you notice about the updated progress note for the same day?
Well, it's lacking some documentation as far as vital signs, input, output, and even the care for the patient.
Now, what were your findings regarding respondents' progress notes, since you were the original investigator on this case and reviewed both sets of timesheets?
I reviewed
Oh,
both.
excuse me, progress notes.
I reviewed the timesheet and the progress notes, both sets. There were some days that I requested documents for that could not be found. Then the other days with the first set of notes again was from 7 until 3, where her timesheet and the progress note shows that she was there continuously. The second set of notes shows that once she realized that there was an investigation going on and she got copies of the records from the medical daycare center, the hours changed from 7 until around 9. And then it's a break and then she picks back up at 1,600 hours up until 2,100 hours.
Now, the respondent was aware that patient KR was having difficulty with weight gain and keeping weight, correct?
That's correct.
However, the PEG tube feedings, the amounts, even in the updated notes, is that reflected here?
No, it is not. And there was an issue with the child not gaining weight. But
Can you
there's-
explain that issue to the board?
Well, based on the rate per milliliter of formula for the child, she should not have been losing weight, but she should have at least been gaining weight. And her documents, the respondent's documents, don't show any documentation that would be needed for her providers at the University Hospital to show that this patient was thriving and gaining weight, nor does it speak to anything about the PEG tube feeds, the rate.
You said you requested additional documentation from the respondent. Were you able to locate any other nursing notes or medication administration records for patient KR?
Well, I made that request to the company and I did not get those documents.
So just for clarification, based on the medical records that you reviewed and the patient's growth chart, did the patient ever gain any weight under the respondent's care?
No,
Was the patient capable of gaining weight
you asking my opinion?
based on the medical records that you reviewed?
Well, based on the formula and the rate of that the formula should have been running, she should have at least stayed steady or gained just a little bit.
Based on your investigation, what were your findings? Did you conclude that the respondent's documentation was inaccurate, misleading? What were your final findings regarding this case?
Based on the desk review of all of the documents that were subpoenaed for this case, it was obvious that the second set of records were produced after she found out that the Attorney General's office and the Board of Nursing was looking into the situation, and the documents changed, and then I couldn't get documents for other days that were requested.
So in your opinion, do the facts and evidence in this record clearly substantiate the charges outlined against the respondent?
Yes.
I tender the witness at this time.
The board have any questions for the witness?
I just have a clarification that I'm confused about. So I know that her time card changed from the 7 to the 3, and then during the second set, it changed from the 7 to the 9:30. What was supposed to be her actual shift?
Now, based on the interview with Batson, she should have been there in the mornings, and then the child would leave and go to the daycare center, the medical daycare center, and then she can pick back up in the afternoons once she was returned back home.
Okay, so she didn't have like a set hours that she was supposed to be there.
Well, based on the owner of Attentive Care, her hours should have been from 7 until 3.
Okay,
Based on the information from the owner of the staffing agency.
thank you.
Other question? Seeing none? Witness review,
Thank you. We rest at this time.
take rest. Would the board like to make a motion for a closed session? Second, all in favor? Is there a motion to enter into a closed executive session?
Second.
All in favor? Board will now excuse themselves to the chambers. 9:36 a.m. July 17th, the board has returned from closed executive session. After reviewing the information presented at hearing, the board moves that the license of C triplet, license number P-336186. They move that Ms. Triplet become guilty of all charges in the complaint based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted into the record of the hearing. Also, they ordered that the license be revoked. We'll move on to our next matter. Matter Lisa Taylor, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could members of the board please identify themselves for the record?
Mason Norris Johnson.
Janelle Moody, alternate. Lacey Gentry, RN.
Janelle Moody will be serving as alternate in this matter. Will the board attorney please identify themselves for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Is the respondent present?
The respondent is not present here.
Would you like to, has the respondent been properly served?
Yes, Your Honor. If you'd like me to address that, now, I can. In the proposed exhibits that we plan to introduce, you will see that, let's see. On page 8 of the proposed exhibits, you'll see that there was a notice sent to Ms. Lisa Taylor that was mailed April 21st of this year. It noticed her for a hearing today, July 17th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. Also, the thing on page 9 of the complaint. Also in that was sent is the order suspending her license. And lastly, on page 12, you will see the green card that was returned, that was sent to that address of Lisa Taylor in Myrtle, Mississippi. It was returned signed to the board, thereby meeting the statutory requirement for service through certified mail.
So proper service has been noted. Would you like to introduce your exhibits into the record at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. We request B1 through B19 be admitted into evidence.
Exhibits B1 through B19 will be entered into the record as evidence.
And Your Honor, if we could, I believe there's, I'd request to seal the record as well. Just out of an abundance of caution, I believe it may contain some information pertinent to patients.
Allow the record to reflect that these exhibits B1 through B19 will be entered as sealed.
Also, you can put that on the record as well, Your Honor. We did check the sign-in sheet, and as I stated, Ms. Taylor was noticed for 8:30. It's now about 9:40, and she's still not here signed in.
Noted for the record. State have a witness they'd like to.
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Tawanda Jones.
Jones, well, I'll allow the court reporter to swear you in.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
And I'll allow the state at this time to proceed with opening statement or their case in chief as they see fit.
I'll give a brief opening on this, Your Honor. Ms. Taylor was an administrator / director at the Sunshine Inn in Union County, Mississippi. Her actions are why we're here today, as that in that position she held at Sunshine Inn. You'll see that she pled guilty to misdemeanor abuse of a vulnerable person and also to prescription forgery. You'll see investigations by the Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics and also by the Attorney General's office support those charges and the evidence we plan to present today. As I said, she pled guilty to both of those counts, and as that, we'll be asking that the panel consider revoking her license today. We'll call now Ms. Tawanda Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name and your place of employment for the record?
Tawanda Jones, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked at the board?
I've been employed at the Board of Nursing for 7 years.
Will you tell us what you do here at the board?
I'm an investigator at the Board of Nursing.
So is it safe to say that you're familiar with the investigative processes here?
Yes.
Okay. Will you look at page 5 and tell us what this is?
Page 5B3 is a license verification.
And who's that for?
Lisa Dawn Taylor,
And can you tell us what she's licensed as?
licensed as an LPN.
And she currently holds, well, that license is not expired, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it's actually, it's inactive, is that correct?
It's inactive.
Okay, thank you. And if you will, look at page 9.
Page 9 is the complaint.
And can you tell us just, you can sum them up if you want to, but just the charges against Ms. Taylor today?
Charge 1 is that the respondent acted in a manner inconsistent with the health and safety of a person under the license's care. Charge 2, the respondent willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards such as nursing practice. And charge 3, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rule, negligently causing or allowing others to physically, sexually, emotionally, or verbally abuse a patient in violation of the Mississippi Administrative Code.
Are there any facts that support those charges in that complaint that she was sent?
Yes,
Will you state those for the record, please?
yes. Respondent has been licensed as a licensed practical nurse in Mississippi since or on or about January 11th, 2006. On or about March 24th, 2025, the respondent pled guilty to misdemeanor abuse of vulnerable person in the Circuit Court of Union County, Mississippi.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. If you will, look at page 59. It's been labeled as B15. Will you identify that for the record, Ms. Jones?
Yes, this is a petition of the defendant to accept a plea.
And who's named on this?
Lisa Taylor.
And what's the, can you tell us what the charge is that she's petitioning to accept a guilty plea for?
I plead guilty to the charge of misdemeanor neglect under Mississippi Code annotated 43-47-19-2A.
And if you'll flip over on page 63, can you tell us what date that plea was signed?
This document was signed on March 24th, 2025.
All right, thank you. And on the following page, can you tell us what this is? Page 64.
Page 64B16 is a judgment for Lisa Taylor.
All right, and can you say, what does it say on count 1 of this judgment?
Count 1, offense as indicated felony abuse of a vulnerable person, offense as deposed misdemeanor abuse and of a vulnerable person.
And over on page 67, did the judge sign this judgment?
Yes.
And can you state for the record what she was ordered to pay? It's on that same page, I believe.
The fine was $100 and the restitution $12,025.17.
All right, thank you. Let's go back over, I believe it's page 54 is what I want to look at next. And can you tell us what that is?
This is another petition to accept a plea.
And is that by Ms. Taylor as well?
Yes.
And what charge did she enter a guilty plea for this time?
A guilty plea of prescription forgery, 1 count.
All right. And let's go back over to page 73. You got it?
I have.
We identified that for the record as well.
This is a judgment for the count of prescription forgery.
And what was her sentence on this judgment?
5 years.
Does it say anything else on there about what that entailed?
Yes, 5 years suspended.
Okay, and then did she have to comply with that judgment? It was, as long as she complied, that was suspended, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you're saying she pled guilty to abuse. Will you look at page 16 for me? For the record, will you state what this is on page 16?
Page 16 is a report of investigation from the Attorney General's office.
And what's this report about?
This is an investigation into Lisa Taylor.
And what was this investigation regarding? Can you tell us kind of what this came about for? Why this investigation came about?
Okay, as a narrative of a summary of that report, it was reported to the Attorney General's office that Miss Taylor, there was a patient that passed away at her facility due to having a series of falls and not being sent out of the facility to a hospital. And also there was property of that patient that the family did not get that property back.
And in this report, I believe it talks, it's already been introduced. It talks about that you stated that the patient suffered some falls. Can you tell us how that report describes the patient before the falls?
Prior to the patient falling, the patient was very alert, able to do for himself, able to ambulate around the facility.
And did that come from multiple? I know this is the AG's investigation and you reviewed it as well, but according to their investigation, did that come from multiple witnesses about the patient being able to move around and being mobile before the fall?
Yes, there were several employees interviewed by the investigator with the Attorney General's office, and all of those that were interviewed indicated that this patient was very independent and able to move about on his own.
And do you recall what happened after the first fall, how his mobility changed after the first fall?
Yes, at the first fall, he started declining, not able to get up and out of the bed.
So was he bound to a wheelchair or that type of thing?
But he could not get around on his own.
And after the second fall, what began to happen with him then?
Well, the staff noticed that he was just declining and couldn't talk, speak, or get up on his own without being in a wheelchair.
Were there any reports of him having any seizures?
Yes, the one staff reported that he started having seizures.
What did you notice in regards to getting help for this particular patient? Was the staff allowed to get help, or how was that handled?
Well, based on this report, the employees that were interviewed multiple employees indicated that they were not allowed to call for ambulance or dial 911 without going through the administrator, who was Lisa Taylor.
So it wasn't just one person, that most of the employees said that, is that correct?
Yes, all of the employees that were interviewed said the same thing.
And did these employees that were interviewed, did they report telling Miss Lisa or Miss Taylor about the patient's digression, I guess?
Yes, they informed her of the patient's digression, and she, based on this report, the employee said she kind of blew it off.
I know this report talks about, and you mentioned this earlier, about some property that belonged to the patient that was not returned. Can you talk to us a little about that and what property it was?
Yes, so based on this report, the patient had a 2015 vehicle that was his personal vehicle. He had some furniture, a flat screen TV, mini refrigerator, and those were all his personal items.
And were those returned to the patient's family, or what happened with those?
Well, once the investigation started, it was determined that, well, let me back up. The investigator interviewed Ms. Taylor first, and she denied knowing anything about the vehicle. And then the investigator started investigating and interviewing other people. And that's when Ms. Taylor called the investigator from the AG's office back And she told him that she wanted to talk to him and tell the truth about it. But once she got there, she did not want to talk without her attorney being present. And it was discovered that the personal items like a large flat screen TV was never returned to the patient, and it was not in the patient's room. And you want me to go into detail?
Yeah, if you can talk about that a little more. Where was the TV found?
Okay, so the TV was found in the storage unit at the property for Lisa Taylor. The daughter of the patient husband called the court to kind of track down where the vehicle was. It was determined that the vehicle was in the possession of Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor said that she paid him in cash for the vehicle, but of course the cash was not there. And her reason for paying in cash for the vehicle was there's a certain limit of monetary funds that can be in your account where Medicaid will not say anything. So according to her, she paid him in cash so that it could not be a record of those funds in his account.
Can you stop? I'm gonna stop right there before you go on. I know on page 21, it talks a little bit about this, but can you tell us about that? She said that it was sold to her. AG investigator, I believe, talked about that bill of sale. Can you tell us what he found with the signatures on the bill of sale? You recall?
Yes, so the signature on the bill of sale to the investigator with the AG's office, he said that those signatures did not look the same. So he had those signatures sent to the crime lab to determine if those signatures were different, and they were different.
Go ahead. So, and you said that the car was found with her, right?
That's correct, at her house.
In regards to what property was sent back to the family, can you talk a little bit about that and what, how it was used, how it was paid for?
There were some items in the report. I was trying to look back at them. Some items like a dresser, nightstand, mini fridge, and lift chair, alarm clocks. Those were supposedly sent back to the daughter of the patient, but she used his debit card.
And was that debit card returned originally?
No, the debit card was not returned to the family. And there were some charges on the debit card at Walmart for groceries during the time frame where this resident was in the hospital and not able to communicate.
Okay. And so all of this is about this led to her pleading guilty to abuse. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That on top of the fact she did nothing to help the patient after his falls. Is that correct?
That's correct. She kind of pushed it off, and the staff kept saying, we need to send him out. And she kept telling them, is nothing wrong. He's just trying to adjust to the change in his medications.
On page 23, this has already been introduced as B8. Is this the obituary for that patient?
Yes,
Okay, so the patient did indeed pass. Is that correct?
the patient did pass.
Okay. All right, so that is the context of our abuse conviction or a guilty plea, correct?
Yes,
If you will, let's look at page 26. I believe you said she had a plea also for prescription forgery.
that's correct.
Can you tell us what this is on page 26? It's labeled as B10.
Page 26, B10 is the investigative report from the Tammy Reynolds, the investigator with the Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics.
And is this report also related to her actions at the Sunshine Inn?
It is.
And can you kind of tell us a little bit about what this report entailed and what was found by Miss Tammy Reynolds regarding the drugs that were found?
Yes, so once this facility was closed down, the patients were divided up and split between other facilities that were in the surrounding area. So what Ms. Reynolds discovered was several of the patients had narcotics that were being filled and actually picked up from the pharmacy, but the MAR did not show that they were taking those medications. So given it was some discrepancy around it, they had the patients drug screened. The majority of those patients were negative for the opioids.
And those opioids were found still at the Sunshine Inn after they've been sent, correct?
That's correct.
And the patients all tested negative for the
Right.
most part. Okay.
Well, except for one, there was one that tested positive, but most.
Okay. And again, she pled guilty to prescription forgery, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I turn to the witness.
Does the board have questions for the witness?
I do commend your diligence in this matter. It is noted and very much appreciated. Yes, ma'am.
Questions from the board? The witness is excused. Does the board have any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the state rest, I would just request to make just a brief closing when time comes.
And I will allow for time for closing statements now.
Your Honor, based on the evidence submitted today, we would request that the board consider revocation of Ms. Taylor's license. And in the event she does try to come back and get her license after a 12-month period, we would also request that the board include drug recommendations before she's allowed to request a license.
I will entertain a motion to enter into a closed session. Seconded, all in favor? Motion to go into a closed executive session.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Free.
I'll second that motion as well.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor? The board will enter into It's now 10:04 a.m. Mississippi Board of Nursing is back on the record, has returned from executive session. After deliberating on the matter of Lisa Taylor, license P-321154, the licensee has been found guilty of all charges in the complaint based upon sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. The board has moved to revoke the license of the licensee, Ms. Taylor. And further, the board recommends permanent revocation, and this will be reflected in the order. All right, well, if this is not allowed, it'll be stricken from the order.
I'm sorry, can we maybe turn the air off? I'm having so much trouble hearing the board this morning. Thank you. What would be stricken?
Well, here,
Okay, y'all just pick up for me a little bit.
licensee, respondent may be eligible to have their license restored after 1 year from the date of the final signed order. Now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing. We're here in the matter of Ms. Felisa Miller, R license number R-853774. This time I'll have members of the board identify themselves for the record.
Nancy Norris Jones, LP.
Janelle Moody, RN. Lacey Gentry, RN.
Carly Walker, LPN, and I'm the alternate.
Charlie Walker will be serving as the alternate. Would the board's attorney please identify themselves for the record?
Alexis Morris.
Is the respondent present?
I am, yes.
Please, just for the record, state your name.
Felicia Miller.
Alicia Miller, thank you.
Yes.
Right. Well, Ms. Miller, my name is Phillips Strickland, and I'll be serving as the hearing officer today. My role in the proceeding is to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties and to see to the orderly administration of the proceedings. And also to ensure that the hearing is conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. And Ms. Miller, are you accompanied by counsel today?
No, sir, I am not.
All right. And you understand you have the right to an attorney?
Yes,
And you also understand that you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
I do.
And you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf. And notwithstanding all of this, do you wish to proceed today without counsel representation?
Yes, I do.
Yes, ma'am, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Ms. Miller, do you have any documentation you'd like to submit into the record?
I do not, no, nothing in addition to what's here.
We would actually ask that B1 through B7 be entered, and we have P1, which is the restoration application for Ms. Miller.
All right, I'm sorry, 1 second. I gotta get. So the board would like to enter B1
through
through
B7
Right.
and P1.
Petitioners Exhibit 1.
Yes.
At this time, if there are no objections, I'd like to have boards Exhibit B1 through B7 and Exhibit P-1 entered into the record as evidence. This time, Ms. Miller, I'll allow you, you've moved to have your license reestablished, correct?
Yes, sir.
Restoration of your license. I'll allow you some time to make an opening statement, if you so choose, and then I'll allow this board to also have time for opening statements as well.
Okay. I just ask that you please not let me speak out of turn because I don't know when it's my turn. So please don't let me speak out of turn. As an opening statement, I would just like to say I have been a nurse for 35 years. I have risen through the ranks from LPN to RN to director of nurses to education to nursing supervisors to head nurses. And so when I say that nursing is definitely a part of my personality, it truly is a part of me. And so I speak to it definitely as something that means a lot to me, that I accomplished with a lot of hard work and dedication, and something that I hope in the future that I can continue to do to be a contribution to society.
Thank you. And at this time, thank you for your statement, and I'll allow the board an opportunity for an opening statement as well.
Thank you. Just briefly, Ms. Miller is here today asking for her license to be restored. Her license to practice nursing was revoked by this board in April of 2021. According to her final order on or about May 12th, 2019, this board found that Ms. Miller was the on-call nurse who was scheduled to administer medications to veterans with dementia that were housed in a designated lockdown unit at Mississippi State Veterans Home in Kosciuszko, Mississippi. Ms. Miller was to administer medications to approximately 20 veterans during the 9 p.m. med pass. A facility investigation revealed that she had attempted to document on the electronic system she had signed out and administered all medications when in fact she had not. The facility determined that Ms. Miller had never assessed or signed out medications for the medication care. And Ms. Miller left the facility at approximately 9 p.m. The on-call doctor issued a hold medication order for all veterans on 5/12/2019 from 7 to 10 p.m. So Ms. Miller was ultimately terminated due to this incident. Accordingly, Ms. Miller was found to have negligently and willfully acted in a manner that's inconsistent with the health, safety of the persons under her care, and she failed or in a repeatedly negligent manner to make incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on the record. And as a result, her license was in fact revoked. She has not practiced as a nurse since 2021. In all restoration proceedings, the restoration applicant has the burden of proof to show any and all evidence indicating why the restoration applicant's license or privilege should be restored. So today, in considering whether to restore her license, we asked the panel to consider how long it's been since she's practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, and her conduct since losing her license, compliance with all restorations requirements, and if the public will in fact be protected if her license is restored. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. This time, Ms. Miller, this will be your opportunity to put on your case in chief.
Okay.
What that means is you get to explain all the factors, address each of the factors that counsel for the board just mentioned, reasons why your license should be restored. Is that clear?
Yes. Yes. So this is
Turn the floor over to you. If you have questions at any time, feel free to ask. and I will let you have the floor to talk to the members of the board.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would just like to say, I'm not quite understanding a section, of, the sentencing when it was saying, obtained in order for all meds to be held. I did not do that. That was not me. That had nothing to do with me. That was another nurse that obtained the order from the physician to say, hold all medications. So when I saw that was not me. I did not obtain an order from the physician to hold all medications. So to me, that's not the way that is on there. And first of all, I think what I would really like to explain so everyone can understand the process of this particular situation and some of the things that kind of caused this, or the perfect storm that went into this. I was on call Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the dates in question. On Friday, I had to stay late because another nurse didn't show up. So I had to stay late to do some things that that person would have done until somebody else was due to show up to take that card. I would also like to back up and say I had not been working at this facility very long at all. I was a very new hire. I had not been there for very long at all. When I did my orientation process was we went through the going to the certain room, doing the films, as they do, and then you chart that you observed your films, residence rights and things like that. That was the thing that was considered orientation at that time. What I'd like to speak to again, I'm sorry to get off track about that day, is I was on call from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So on Friday, when I got off work and I was forced to stay late. So I think Friday, I got home maybe 7 in the evening after I had started my morning shift at 8 o'clock. On Saturday, the facility contacted me and told me that there was a resident that needed to be transported to Jackson, to the state hospital. And because I was on call and there was another nurse present, she had the first opportunity to say yay or nay, I am not going to go. And an RN must be present with that patient because he had intravenous access, which means he could not go with an aide or anybody. He had to go with a nurse. So she called me at home. Felicia, there's no one to go with this patient. So you're going to have to come up and go with him to Jackson, to the hospital. So I wasn't prepared, didn't know that, but I did get dressed, present to the facility because he, like I said, again, he had IV access and I had to go. So we made ready for get his paperwork. He was scheduled to be in Jackson to see a physician in the emergency room because of something that happened, and he had the IV access, which mean that I had to be present to go with him. So I did that, and I returned home with the patient. We returned back to the facility in Kosciuszko with the patient. And I was able to leave the facility probably at 9 that night. It was probably like 9 o'clock when the patient was seen and when we came back to Kosciuszko from Jackson to bring this patient back to the facility, and I was able to leave to go home. I would also like to speak to Sunday because I was already on call as well. And these are the things that I really find really frustrating. On Saturday, well, on Sunday, there are 2 people assigned, an RN and an LPN. Our staffing nurse gave her the first opportunity for what she wanted to work. So she had to work a shift. She worked as an LPN and she was an LPN. I, on the other hand, on Sunday, For a 12-hour shift, I had to come in and be a CNA for 12 hours. So that meant I had to do the lifting, the turning, the feeding, the wiping, the getting up, the bathing, the whatever for that particular 12-hour day. In addition to that 12-hour day, I was then responsible for changing over to another unit and being an LPN for 4 more additional hours. So I had over a 16-hour day at this on Sunday. So I had been in the facility the entire time. On Sunday, I was going back and forth from, being the CNA to the unit that I was going to have to be an RN on because I had no knowledge. I had no knowledge of that unit. And so one of the things that I knew that was going to be terribly difficult for me was initially I didn't know how to do the CNA charting because I've never done it. I had never done any CNA charting on that side. Not only did I not ever do any CNA charting, because I was the RN supervisor on Station B in the facility, I worked on a certain side of the computer. I'm responsible for the doctor coming, taking his orders, doing his instructions, making sure progress notes are there, making sure that, he hasn't left unless I've gotten proper orders, that he's seen all of the patients that I require seeing, that we've addressed any notes, that we've addressed any medications for any patient or any patient that's ill, to get instruction, whether we need to send them out to a facility or are we going to take care of them in-house. That's my responsibility as an RN supervisor. So when after 12 hours on one side of the building, I have to go to another side of the building, not even the residents that I was working with for 12 hours. I went to another side of the building to take patients that I knew nothing about. I think the one thing that comes into play with all of this is I did not know how to work the medication side of the computer. I'd never been shown because I never had to do it initially. So, and I spoke with my administrator. I spoke with my director of nurses. I was very upfront with how uncomfortable I was with this situation and how I did not feel that this was a good situation because I don't know this side of the computer. I've never seen them line up the meds to know which meds to give at which time, which meds are for night shift, day shift. I'm not aware of any of this. I am not aware of any of this. So the LPN that was on the previous shift, she wrote me out some information to try to help me to go over the things that I was going to have to do on that particular shift. I do want to make the most verbal note is that my supervisor, my RN supervisor is standing beside me. She's standing beside me the entire time. So at this time, I've not done anything that she is not aware of because she knows everything that's going on, even my continued vocal expression that, I feel like sometimes as a registered nurse, we get into situations where people feel like just because we're registered nurses that we should know how to do everything. They think we should know how to be the aide, we should know how to be the LPN, we should know how to do everything. And I'm continuing to try and explain to her that may sound good in form, that, I have the ability to do what they can do, but I am not versed in it. If I haven't been a CNA for 7 years, I am not versed in being a CNA because I haven't done it. My primary job was an RN supervisor. I wasn't versed in being an LPN because I don't give medications on a daily basis. I don't have to give meds. I'm an RN supervisor. So I not only am I not versed in it, I don't even work on that side of the computer to see the medications that they pull up. As well as I'm reminding her again, if you have an LPN that does this every day and it takes her 4 hours to administer medications, imagine how long it's going to take me, someone who's never seen the medicines, not familiar with the patients, and don't know the medication regimen, how long it's going to take me to administer those medications. And I don't know anything about them. I will say this, no, the person that came in that was so upset that I had not administered medications was not the issue. I administered medications. He wasn't there when I administered the medications. And I will say rightfully so, because if you don't document it, you haven't done it. That is just a Board of Nursing standard. I did not know how to document that I gave the medication because I'd never been on that side of the computer before, and there was no one else there to help me. As a matter of fact, the director of nurses didn't even know how to work that side of the computer. So when the guy came in that was, thinking I had not given any medication, she told him, yes, she has. She has given the medication. He went to another office and he checked the computer and none of my medications were charted, rightfully so, because I didn't know how. I rightfully so did not know how to do the documentation for the medications. And to be perfectly honest with you, and I will be nothing other, I did not come, I was off Monday because I was exhausted because I had worked the entire weekend. It was Monday when I came back that I was actually, someone sat down with me and told me how to actually go back in the computer and document your medications. That was the first time anyone had ever sat down with me and actually told me how to work that side of the computer. So as far as the part where it says receiving an order from the doctor to monitor the patients, that wasn't me. That was the director of nurses. She said she contacted the doctor to make that call to say, the doctor says, don't give any more medications, just monitor the patient. Because when he came in and he was so irate that I hadn't, and she says, fine, let's just go down the hall and administer the medication. And I said, no, I will not go back down the hall and double administer narcotics, antipsychotics, just, all kind of medications, because that side of the building was a dementia unit. And I said, they can't rightfully speak to whether I gave him the medicine or not. And I am not willing to go back and double medicate those patients for safety when I know that I've given them the medication. I can so vividly remember one gentleman's blood sugar being 139. It stuck in my mind for 5 years that was his blood sugar and I didn't have to cover him. And so I stayed exhausted. And what the 9 o'clock situation came into be because she told the nurse, there was another nurse who had come in on the unit. She told her to take my keys so that I could go home at 9 o'clock. So it wasn't like I just walked out of the facility.
May I pause you real quick?
Yes.
So, I will say that we're here today to evaluate reasons to restore your license.
Okay.
And I appreciate you wanting to tell your side of the facts. because I know it's been on your mind probably all this time. But I would like to say we're not here to relitigate the reasons why the license was suspended. We
Understand.
do want to hear more from you concerning the things that counsel for the board mentioned, your conduct, the conduct of the applicant subsequent to revocation, compliance with all restoration requirements, whether you've been in violation of any applicable statutes or board orders or rules, any rehabilitation efforts you've taken, and then you can also speak to your nursing competency and your ability to safely practice nursing.
Right. I'm very sorry.
I need to apologize. I just want to
Okay.
hear from you, let the board hear from you.
Right.
Those sides.
Well, as I've been a nurse again, I've been a nurse for 35 years. I functioned in all capacities. I have been able to rise through ranks from LPN to assistant director of nurses to director of nurses to infection control to uh new employee hire to TB testing to all of those things. I have put a lot of effort and a lot of concern into the efforts to progress in nursing. And I felt like I did a very good job in doing that during my tenure. I have always made myself available to all of my teammates as well as residents who require my help and who require additional assistance. I've always made myself available for that. Not only that, I was a nurse aid instructor. And so I had a class for nurse aides to continue to try to, get associated with nursing and become CNAs. I devoted a lot of time and a lot of activity to that, as well as getting those students, bringing them to the floor, teaching them the credentials and the information that they would need to be nursing assistants. And so that I could get them prepared to take their exam to become certified nursing assistants. I've assisted doctors. I have been Dr. Morris Parsons. I was his dictation nurse. I was responsible for his patients, assisting his patients, going to see about his patients when he was no longer there, to call and say, there is something going on with your patient. You may need to come back, or you may need to order additional testing before you make rounds again to make sure that this patient is okay. I have always stood for teamwork. I have always stood for teamwork. I have always been that advocate that when my team came in to work in the morning, that we huddle and I want to know, is something going on that is going to prevent us from having a productive day? Because at the end of the day, it's about the residents. I've always met with residents' families to make sure that we could accommodate their needs, to make sure if there was something going on that I paid attention to that, because it was important to me that we fix that. Because family concerns are important when you have your loved ones in facilities. That is very, very important. I have continued to try nursing. I have family members that are nursing. I have always wanted to put my best foot forward. I never wanted to go into nursing being one of those nurses who half did anything. If it took working from 8 to 5 and being there till 7, then I just had to do that because sometimes it called for it. But nursing wasn't just a job to me. It was a passion. It was a passion. It was something that was very important to me, something that I hold near and dear when I accomplished it, and still hold near and dear, even though I can no longer practice at this particular time. But I am 100% nurse advocate for patients who I feel like are in need. People have asked me for assistance in different areas. What do you think is, you could do this, and I can point them toward general information or to standards that maybe would help them go back and make a decision and for the best. So as far as contributions, yeah, I've 35 years of contribution and that I would like to continue to contribute. Because it's like I said, it wasn't a job for me, it was a passion.
Thank you, and appreciate your.
And I
statement.
apologize.
No need to apologize. I'll allow counsel for the board to conduct some cross-examination, ask you questions, and then we'll move to allow the board to ask questions as well. And I'll hold any questions I have.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you tell us where you're currently employed?
I am not currently employed.
And what about your educational background as a nurse?
My educational background as a nurse. Oh, I went to nursing school at Mississippi University for Women.
Now, what have you been doing since you lost your nursing license?
Since I've lost my nursing license, I'm not happy to say I was a cashier at Sprint Mart. It didn't go very well. And I was a door greeter at Lowe's, and it was really hot.
And you've been out of the nursing workforce since 2021, roughly?
No, ma'am. I've been a nurse. I actually was an LPN from 1988 to 89. I've been a registered nurse from 1997 until.
But you were revoked in 2021,
Yes,
correct?
That is
Okay.
correct. That is correct.
Do you think that where you are now, you're adequately prepared to re-enter the workforce?
I do believe that I'm prepared to enter the workforce because the one thing I have never done is allow myself not to learn, not to read, not to keep up on updated information, not to know things that are going on, that are changing the way medication changes are going, the way different procedures are going, that they're doing now that may be a little different. So I continue, even though I cannot practice, I continue to keep myself educated and updated.
Now, you submitted several supporting affidavits with your reinstatement application, correct?
Yes, I did.
I want to turn your attention to a couple of the responses regarding the question of why your license was revoked. Several people indicated that you were revoked. There was one because they changed the schedule and you failed to report to your hearing. Another person indicated that you were in contempt, which resulted in your license being revoked. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Another person stated that you did not attend the hearing because you were not provided notice by the Board of Nursing. Is that correct? According to this document,
Okay.
correct?
Well, can I explain it?
I would like you to answer my
Oh,
question.
okay, I'm sorry. Yes, that's what they wrote.
Okay, and then another person indicated, gave an account, but it was that you were accused by another staff nurse of not administering the medication, correct?
Those are my affidavits.
Okay, do you understand why your license was ultimately revoked? By the board?
Yes, I do.
Will you explain that to the board?
What happened was, initially, I did not get the notice. And my understanding, when I continued to check it, I should have updated my address in nurse 6 is at the gateway. I did not update the gateway with the new email address. So I didn't get that correspondence about anything that was going on. When I finally did get the correspondence, when I got the notice, and at that time it was because of COVID and we were doing Zoom. I didn't have a Zoom number or telling me what time to get on Zoom or anything. I called the day of And nobody could find out which way to direct me because I called in that day. But my Zoom didn't have a number for me to get on or anything for me to, find out that I was supposed to be on the Zoom call. They were just giving me confirmation that there were no longer physical meetings, that they had turned into Zoom meetings.
Do you understand that your license was revoked based on clear and convincing evidence that you violated the Nursing Practice Act and not because you did not appear for your hearing, correct? That ultimately that there were findings of fact made by clear and convincing evidence that this board heard regarding your violations of the Nursing Practice Act, correct? You understand that you violated those
Yes,
provisions?
yes, I understand.
Why do you think the panel should give you your nursing license?
I worked really, really hard. It wasn't something that I did at the spur. I've always wanted to be a nurse for a very long time. And again, it hasn't been just a job for me. It's a passion. I love it. I absolutely love when things come back and make sense. Why the potassium is that way, why the sodium is that way. Now I understand it makes sense. I want to be an advocate for patients. I believe that nursing ethics need more nurses who care about their patients, who have time to spend with their patients. I want to be knowledgeable. I want to do the right thing. I want to always be a participant in the right thing. I want to uphold the right thing. I would like to do it because I truly care about patients in the hospital and I want to be a part of them getting well.
No further questions.
Thank you. Do members of the board have questions for the witness at this time?
Good morning, Ms. Miller. We appreciate you being here with us today.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Stated in your testimony that, quote, "I don't have to do anything. I'll always stay late," end quote. Right? You
Right.
said that a little while.
Right.
So my question to you is this, and you also went on to speak of ethics and the Nurse Practice Act and abiding by that. The evening in question, when you said the RN supervisor was standing right beside you, why did you leave the facility knowing those medications had not been signed off?
Because she told me to go, for one. She told me to go.
Okay.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she told me to go because, but I certainly understand what you're saying. I know where you're getting at. I don't, since she was standing right there, and I'm talking about my director of nurses. If she hadn't have shown me how to get on that side of the computer to chart those medications, then there was nobody else available to show me how to chart those medications on that side. There wasn't anybody else.
Okay, but you knowingly left the facility without those medications being signed off that they had been administered.
I did leave the facility knowing some of those medicines were not signed off because I did not know how to work that side of the computer.
You stated your RN education, I'm assuming, is from MUW? correct?
MUW, yes, ma'am.
What's your LPN license?
My LP, I went to LPN school. We went to an off-campus unit for Holmes Junior in Eupora, Mississippi.
Holmes Community College.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel like that your PN education was adequate to allow you safe practice as a LPN?
Absolutely. I absolutely do.
Do you feel that your RN education at the W allowed you to safely practice as a RN?
I absolutely do.
All right. You stated when you were being pulled, from floor or unit to unit, I believe you functioned as a CNA, a nurse aide, you function as LPN, and then you function as RN, all basically during a 3-day time period, that the weekend in question. Okay. You made the statement that, and I may have misunderstood, so help me understand. I'm not an LPN and I don't function as an LPN. I function as an RN supervisor. But is it also your testimony that you said that you were adequately prepared as a PN and could function in that role?
20 years ago. 20 years ago, I was adequately prepared for that role. And I believe, and I honestly do believe in my heart, had I been orientated to the ability to give meds and to know the meds and given time to learn that side of the computer, I have no doubt that I would not have continued to excel. Absolutely.
Jumping ahead a little bit, on the gateway, you stated I did not enter my new email.
Yes, ma'am.
address. Okay, what about your physical home address?
I don't, I think that there was a new home address, and I didn't get into the gateway to enter any of that because they asked me, did you alert the board that you had changed your information? And I said, no, I never did that because I didn't know that I was supposed to do that initially. And so I never updated any additionally new email for them to get that to me until I spoke to the gentleman that was here. And then that's when I updated that information.
Okay, so you renewed your RN license every year from 1996 until 2020. And you never saw that if you may have a change of address, please update it? You never noted that on the gateway site?
I know that sounds bad, but I just never paid attention to it because I always updated my nursing license online immediately when it was time. I did it online.
And my final question, and I thank you. You stated, that you called the day of your hearing to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. And the person you got could not direct you to anyone to get the appropriate Zoom number for your hearing. Did you get the name of that person?
She was, I don't know her name, but I do know she was the secretary that was answering the phone. Because like I said, at the time that when the information came, you know, like you're going to be, your appointment is Zoom number 0000 at whatever time, and you can connect this link to get to your Zoom. I was not in possession of any of that.
And I'm sorry, I do have one more question. On your, we know where you have participated in some continuing education. Tell me why that you felt that was important to participate in continuing ed.
You know, when I did my continuing education, I would like to say, first of all, it was such a hurtful thing to be pulled out of something that I had done for 35 years. It was hurtful, but at my expense. I am the cause of my situation. I am the cause of my situation. But I felt like when I did my continuing education, that it was valid for me to know or to correlate it with some of the things that I had done so that I could have better information and a better understanding of why I should not have done that or why it should be done different. And to understand that these are standards. These are standards that every nurse should practice by. And that's why I chose those continuing education standards, because I wanted to make sure that I was abreast of the things that I should have done.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so in what you've gone through, as far as when you lost your license,
Mhm.
when your license was revoked, what would you feel to be probably the three most important educational offerings for you in attempting to regain your license? What would you think would be the most important?
The three most important things that I think would be important, is always going to be access to continuing education. I think that every nurse should always have access to continuing education. I think the next thing that, would be really important to me with getting my nursing license back is to understand what is being asked of you. I think that is vital, that I understand what is being asked of you, because I don't think I understood from the whole day, that I was going to be 3 people that day, extremely tired and overwhelmed. I think it is important for that. And I also think that no matter what, there has to be adequate communication.
So what I'm hearing you say, I'll restate the question. So if you were to pick 3 CEs you needed to complete, they would
Okay.
be communication,
Absolutely.
okay?
Duties and responsibilities. Absolutely. Duties and responsibilities. And, just continuing education with new and changing things going on in the field.
Gotcha. And potentially some documentation,
Absolutely.
correct, because that was,
Absolutely. I
Essentially.
think that's essential
okay.
to always know, because things are ever changing in nursing, and you have to keep yourself abreast on what's going on.
Okay, so my final question this time. Okay, so you chose bioethics in nursing, bullying in nursing, a nurse's guide, how to deal with difficult patients, and charge nurse guide to success. Any reason you didn't guide your documentation towards documentation,
Right.
appropriate documentation, and things of that nature, signing off on medications? These 4 were chosen. Help me understand why you chose these 4 in particular.
Probably more so by what was going on with the revocation and, a heavy heart, at the time, and knowing that, these are some situations to me where I had failed, and I felt like these were important at the time. At the time when I chose these CEUs, I felt like this was important because of the situation that I had just gone through.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us today. Just one thing, if your license were to be restored, do you have an area of practice or a potential job that you're looking to pursue?
I am by history med-surg nurse. I love med-surg because I like gore, and I like, seeing processes through. I like to know that when that patient comes in here incredibly ill, that I've made a contribution to them being able to get out of this bed and maybe walk home. I believe in the goodness of it.
Other questions?
Ms. Miller, do you feel like you're safe to go back and work as a nurse?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm probably safer because I don't know in life that you're always prepared to go through the things that you go through immediately. Sometimes you don't always get your bearings, but this is a situation that I don't think I will ever in my life undervalue again. These things are so relevant to me, and how quickly things could go wrong. I don't think I will ever forget to dot my I's and cross my T's. Ever.
Do you think it would be beneficial to have some educational courses if your license were to be restored in order to get you to the level of practice where you were in 2021?
I welcome it because I know things have changed. I welcome it because I know things have changed.
More questions from the board?
No further questions.
Further questions? Ms. Miller, we appreciate your testimony and you are now excused as a witness.
Okay.
Well. Would the board like to offer you?
Absolutely, just very briefly. I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Miller's here today asking for restoration of her nursing license. And she has the burden to prove why it should be restored. Again, in considering her request, I would again like to ask for the panel to consider how long it's been since she's practiced, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, compliance with any and all restoration requirements, if any, and if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you.
And now we'd like to allow Ms. Miller, if you'd like to give a closing statement, which is a form of a summary of what you presented today. And you can have a moment to present a closing statement, then I'll allow the board if they so choose.
Do I say now? Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you all for giving me an opportunity to come before you because it's been a lot of years since I've been dealing with this. I don't, I do not ever want to be classified as one of those, cocky nurses that you can't tell anything. I never want to go there. I feel like every day that you go to work in healthcare, if you're not going to learn something, you're not doing something right, especially when you're out in the med surg areas, in your surgical areas, in your emergency rooms. There are opportunities to learn something every day. And I do have that thirst and that hunger for nursing to learn something every day, because if I learn it today, I feel like some kind of way at some point in time, it's going to benefit somebody.
Is there a closing statement from the board?
Just gave it.
Just gave it?
Yes.
Begun on that one. All right, thank you. At this time, thank you, Ms. Miller, for being here. We will entertain a motion from the board to enter a closed session.
I make a motion to go in closed session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there all those in favor? And do we also have a motion to enter to a closed executive session for determinative purposes on this matter?
I make a motion to go in closed executive session.
I'll second.
All in favor? The board will now excuse themselves to deliberation chambers and consider the evidence presented today. We will render a decision. Time is now 11:27 a.m. The Board of Nursing has returned from executive session. After considering the evidence presented at hearing, the board has moved in the matter of the license of Lisa Taylor, license P-321154. The board has moved that this license be restored and that I'm sorry, I may have this license.
Yes.
I did have the wrong one. This is the wrong thing altogether. Please vote for it. I have the wrong. All right, the board is now back on the record. After considering the matter of Felicia Miller, license R-853-774. The board has moved to restore the license of respondent and that the respondent be allowed to obtain an unrestricted license only after respondent has met the following stipulations within 180 calendar days from the date that the executive director executes this order. Workshop, in-service legal aspects of nursing. Educational courses as follows. Reorientation to nursing offered at Hines Community College. 2, documentation for nurses. The current edition of this course, 17 hours. Righting a wrong, ethics and professionalism in nursing, 3-hour course. Upholding the standards, professional accountability in nursing, 4.5 hours. Ethical legal issues in nursing offered at Hines Community College. Putting the nursing scope and standards into practice, 11.3 hours. That concludes this matter. Miller, you are free to go. A final order of this.
Well, yeah, I was saying, will I get a copy of it sent to me or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't live in Hines. I live in Ackerman, so I was trying to make sure that I could get those classes, or would I have to drive all the way up here to get them? Okay.
Order will be made available to you within 45 days of this hearing. A compliance manager advisor will also be available to you for discussion of the requirements.
Thank you for your time, sir. All of you, thank you.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to,
Prior to that, we do have one ASP that we would like to read into the record for the board's consideration. That number is 2022-0860.
so noted. Please let the record reflect that this ASP is to be considered by the board. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to break for lunch for 1 hour or Time is now 11:32. We will return to order at 12:30 PM. Okay. please. Now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing. This is in the matter of Deidre Motherwell, license number R 889-806. And at this time, I'd like the board members to please identify yourself for the record.
Nancy Norris Johnson, opinion.
Janelle Moody, RN. Lacey Gentry, RN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
And Ms. Carly Walker will be serving as the alternate for this matter. Will the attorney for the board please state their name for the record?
Alexis Morris.
All right, is the respondent present?
Yes.
All right, would you please state your name for the record?
Deidre Motherwell.
Wonderful, thank you. All right. And my name is Phillips Strickland. I'm going to be serving as the hearing officer today. My role in the proceeding is to rule on objections to questions or evidence that are raised by the parties. See to the orderly administration of the proceedings and to ensure that the hearing is conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. Now, Ms. Motherwell, you understand you have the right to an attorney?
Mm-hmm.
You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf? And you further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
I do now.
Right. And notwithstanding the same, do you wish to proceed in this matter today without counsel?
Yes.
Thank you. Uh, Counsel for the board. Give me 1 second. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be addressed at this time?
Yes, I would ask that we enter, that we be allowed to enter exhibits B1 through B9 into the record.
Obliged to respond.
Yes.
Any objections to these being entered into the record, Ms. Motherwell?
Kind of sure what they are, but sure, go ahead.
All right, we will, seeing no objections at this time, I will allow exhibits B1 through B9 to be entered into the record as evidence. And I will, what we'd like to do is have both parties give an opening statement. I'll start with the board's attorney, Ms. Morris. And then I'll allow Ms. Motherwell, you'll also have a chance to give an opening statement summarizing your argument.
You want me to swear in?
Yes, ma'am. Let's have, yes, Ms. Motherwell, I'll let the court reporter swear you in at this time.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I'd also ask that my witness is Rebecca Martin be sworn into the record as well. That's okay. She held her hand up, but for the record, I wanted to make sure we got that.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
1 second. I'll allow the board time to present their opening statement.
Ms. Motherwell is here because she was issued a final order by this board on April 22nd, 2024 for working without a license between January 2019 and January 2021. Accordingly, respondent was issued a reprimand in order to pay a fine, attend a compliance conference, and sign a compliance affidavit within 30 days of the date of the order, take educational courses within 90 days of the date of the final order. And the compliance conference and compliance affidavit should have been completed on or before May 20th, 2024. As the date of filing this complaint, respondent had failed to complete either of those. The educational courses should have been completed by July 21st, 2024. As the date of filing of this complaint, respondent had failed to complete any of the courses in the time frame ordered by the board. Respondent has not requested an extension and has failed to respond to any attempts of communication by this board. Accordingly, respondent is charged with violating one section of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. Accordingly, under Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Motherwell as it deems fit, and we respectfully ask the board panel to do so in this matter.
Ms. Motherwell, this is an opening opportunity for you. to make-
No, I don't have an opening statement now. I'll talk later.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'll allow the board's attorney to present their case in chief.
I'd like to call Rebecca Martin.
So called.
Ms. Martin, where's your current place of employment?
I work here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing
Okay, and how long have you worked for the board?
since August of 2020.
And what position do you hold with the board?
I'm the compliance case manager.
Okay, and will you please tell the panel what a compliance case manager does?
We help nurses that receive final board orders through the process of getting them to complete their final board order.
So what are your duties in this role specifically?
We go over their final board order to make sure that they have any questions about their final board order. And if they do, we make sure that we show them how and where to take their courses, or if they have to drug screen, monitor their test results, and receive documentation from employers as well as educational courses.
And once a final order was entered in this particular case, was a compliance manager assigned to assist the respondent in becoming compliant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, were you assigned as the case manager or currently assigned as the case manager to this case 2024-1224?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would with me, turn to page 2 and identify this document for the record.
This is Ms. Motherwell's thought span sheet with her address and her current license.
Okay, and when was she first licensed?
October 14th, 2011,
As, what?
an RN.
Okay. And what is shown as her license number?
889806.
And what is the current status of her license?
She is an active status.
Now, if you would please turn to page 6 and identify the document for the record.
This is a notice of hearing.
Okay, and what is the date on that notice?
Thursday, July 17th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, now turn the page to page 7 and identify that document.
I'm sorry. Mine says November 22nd, or 20th of 2024.
I believe that the witness is referring to the date of the hearing, which is Thursday, July 17th.
Okay, okay.
Now, if you would please turn to page 7 and identify that document.
This is the complaint from Ms. Motherwell.
Okay. And will you please read the charges or charge listed in that complaint?
That respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure.
And could you likewise tell us what facts listed in this complaint support the charges?
Respondent was issued a final board order on April 22nd, 2024 for working without a license between January 2019 to January 2021. Respondent was issued a reprimand, ordered to pay a fine, attend a compliance conference, and assign a compliance affidavit within 30 days and take educational courses within 90 days. As of today, she has not completed the requirement.
Okay. And turn with me to page 11 and identify that document.
This is Ms. Motherwell's final order.
Okay. And what is the date of signature of that final order?
That would be April 22nd, 2024.
And will you please, in the order, read aloud paragraphs 9 and 10 under findings of fact?
Yes, the panel finds that between January of 2019 and January of 2021, respondent worked as a nurse without a license to practice nursing. The Mississippi nursing license of respondent expired on December 31st, 2018. On the renewal application submitted by respondent to the board dated January 11th, 2021, respondent admitted to having worked as a staff nurse at the Heart and Vascular Institute in Germantown, Tennessee, during the time her license was expired. On or about March 1st, 2021, nursing license of respondent was successfully renewed with the board.
Okay, and will you please summarize the requirements imposed on the respondent in the final order?
She was required, she got a formal reprimand, a fine of $500 to be paid in 180 days, a conference with compliance officer, which is also the affidavit, continuing education courses, release current active Mississippi license, order other respondent notices of changes in non-compliance and show cause.
Okay, and under those continuing education courses, will you read the courses in which the respondent was required to successfully complete within 90 days from the order?
Yes, ethics in the HCP and maintaining your professional nursing practice.
And will you also read the paragraph I in that order?
Non-compliance shall include, but is not limited to, receipt of unfavorable negative reports and or documentation, non-receipt of reports on or before the due date, failure to adhere to any of the terms of this order, positive drug screens, failure to furnish drug specimen, any violation of Mississippi nursing practice law, and any violation of the rules and regulation of the board.
Okay, and what does J on that page reflect?
Show cause hearing. In the event respondent fails to comply with the terms of this order, respondent may be directed to appear at a hearing to show cause why the license should not be revoked or other disciplinary action imposed.
Okay, and is that why we're here today?
Yes, ma'am.
You would turn to page 15 and identify that document.
This is the initial email that I send to new participants that have final board orders. That lets them know that I'm their case manager, their PIN number to get into Spectrum, and the information needed for their educational courses.
And what was the dates on this email?
April 24th, 2024.
Now turn to page 16 and explain what this document depicts.
This is an email that got sent back to me because it was undeliverable. This mailbox is disabled.
Okay. And this is the same email address. Well, can you identify the email address that's listed on that document?
Yes, it is b.motherw06@yahoo.com.
And at the time, was this the respondent's email address as you knew it?
Yes, ma'am.
We turn to page 17 and identify that document.
This is a letter of concern, which is for the failing to comply, to have the compliance conference within the 30 days.
Okay, and what's the date on that order?
May 28th, 2024.
And just for the record, will you explain what a letter of concern is?
It is just letting the participant know that they have failed to meet one of the requirements or all the requirements. And it's just a heads up, hey, let's work with you to get this done.
Okay, and what was the respondent's LOC regarding specifically?
Not having the compliance conference within the 30 days.
Turn to page 18 and explain that document for the record.
This is the returned envelope stating that it was returned to sender unclaimed.
Now, turning to page 19, what does this document depict?
This is the certified letter, certified receipt that if it was claimed, she would have had to sign it and we would have gotten this back.
Okay, but you did not receive that sign, correct?
No, ma'am.
Now, will you turn to page 20 and identify that document for the record?
This is a non-compliance affidavit 1 regarding her non-compliance with not having her compliance conference or her educational courses done.
And what's the date on this document?
July 26, 2024.
And for the record, what is an affidavit?
It is after we've sent a letter concerning, we still haven't, they either didn't respond to us within a month or two, or they still had not completed the requirement in the time needed to be done.
Did she ever execute in the affidavit?
No, ma'am.
And will you please turn to page 22 and identify that document?
This is the actual the affidavit where she would have signed and got notarized.
And to your knowledge, did the respondent ever receive this document via email?
No, well, no, because it's at the Yahoo account.
Turn to page 24 and identify that document.
This is the deliverable for my email of the non-compliance affidavit.
Now, will you please turn to page 25 and identify that document?
This is the USPS tracking for the non-compliance affidavit.
And USPS tracking indicates what exactly?
That the item was delivered to an individual at the address at 923 on August 2nd, 2024.
Now, is that the address that was listed on file for the respondent?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the address?
I'm gonna object to her asking questions during my
Okay, that's,
direct, and she has an opportunity to cross-examine the witness.
The same.
Thank you.
And I'll say, Ms. Motherwell, just any questions you have, just jot them down if you can. You have a pen?
no, I do not.
Like to have a
I
pen?
can have my person here. No, that's okay.
If you'd like a pen, we can provide you one, and you can jot down any questions and ask for a cross-examination. The board may proceed.
Thank you. Will you please turn to page 27 and identify that document?
This is an email that I had sent on September 22nd with the non-compliance affidavit to a new email address for
Okay.
Ms. Motherwell.
And which email address did you send this correspondence to?
d.motherw06@gmail.com.
And how were you able to send this particular document to this email address?
When I reviewed my, thought span and noticed that she had paid her fine, she had updated her email address.
Okay, so she paid her fine, just for clarification, she paid the fine
Yes, ma'am.
on or about what date?
You paid it on September 16th, 2024.
Okay, and then it's at that time that you noticed that an email address had been updated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you ever receive any mail delivery or error system after sending her an email to the updated address?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever receive a response from Ms. Motherwell following sending that email to the new updated address?
No, ma'am.
Will you please turn to page 28 and identify that document for the record?
This is an email I sent to Ms. Motherwell following up on the September 27th email, letting her know that I still haven't heard from her with multiple occasions of trying to call and email.
Now, did you ever receive a delivery error or message following sending that email?
No, ma'am.
Will you please turn to page 30 and identify that document?
This is another email following up on the email I sent on October 15th, 2024, informing her that I still had not received any information or response from my previous emails, and if she did not want to comply with her order, that she could surrender her license voluntarily, or we would proceed with the show cause hearing.
And did you receive an error message from this email?
No, ma'am.
Want to turn your attention to page 32? And will you identify that document?
This is a letter that I had sent of just what I stated in my email.
And will you identify page 33?
This is the green card that went with the certified letter that has been signed and returned.
Now please turn to page 37. Can you identify this document?
This is Spectrum Compliance. This is a summary of everything that we've done in her digital case file.
Okay, and will you please summarize that document? When you say everything you've done, will you give the board kind of an explanation or an overview of everything you've done regarding this case?
Yes, all the documents, her final board order was uploaded. This is the document uploaded. The emails that I have sent are uploads, messages that we send through our Spectrum system. Notes that when I called and tried to call her and did not get a voicemail, those are my notes. So it's an overview of everything that I've done in her case.
So is it fair to say that the board attempted to communicate with the respondent to assist her in completing the stipulations of her final order?
Yes, ma'am.
And just for record purposes, what is the typical process for licensees who are under compliance with the board when they're non-compliant with the board order?
They will get a letter of concern if they do not adhere to us saying, hey, you're missing this document, or if they haven't reached back out, then we will send a non-compliance affidavit with those same requirements that they have not completed. That does go to compliance committee. If the compliance committee does accept that, that is a $500 fine, and that's another chance for them to get those documents in. If they do not sign it or return it, we then are sent to a show cause hearing.
Now, to date, have you received any responses, phone calls, or emails from the respondent regarding compliance with her final order?
No,
And other than her remitting her payment in September, has she done anything to complete the terms and conditions of her final order?
no, ma'am.
I tender the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Motherwell, do you have any questions for the witness?
No, but I'd like to respond to what was said for sure, because I have not received anything.
We'll allow you a chance to present your side of the story during your case in chief. And now I've got to just make sure this is a time for questions of the witness. No questions for the witness from you? All right, do members of the board have questions for the witness at this time?
Just to restate, the only correspondence, in essence, we had was the fine payment.
Yes,
That's the only record we have of correspondence from Ms. Motherwell.
yes, ma'am. I don't know. She paid her fine and updated her email address. I don't know if it's because she got one of our letters. I haven't heard anything from her. I just have to look occasionally because other participants pay fines. So I Friday typically look at or randomly look at the list of paid fines, and that's how I found out she had paid her fine.
But we can assume, and I know Ms. Motherwell will speak to this in a minute, but just to clarify, we can assume that she was aware of something as USPS tracking was signed for and delivered on August 2nd, 2024 at 9:23 a.m. We can assume she had knowledge of that at that time.
That's what I
In
assumed.
essence, the fine was paid on September 16th, 2024. So the timeline would be appropriate, August 2nd, 2024, and then the fine was paid September 16th.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, the witness may step down. Board have any additional witnesses?
No, at this time we rest.
Motherwell, this will be your time to put on your case in chief. That could take the form of statement from you, since you are sworn in as a witness, to tell your side of the story and present your facts.
Okay. Well, how all this came about was, yes, so I had gotten a new job. I know y'all think I'd worked from 19 to 21 without a license, and that's not the case. I did fail to renew my license. I had already gotten another job. I didn't start that job until after the 2019. So my license was not inactive or expired at that time. COVID did hit, so we were busy with that. It slipped by HR, it slipped my mind. I've been a nurse 34 years. I've held a nursing license in 3 states. I've never forgotten my license. I did. I'm sorry, I forgot. Soon as it was brought to everybody's attention, I called the nursing board and they told me exactly what I needed to do. None of this was ever brought up. So I left. I did all of that stuff the same day, turned it all in, got my license activated that day, went back to work the next day. So when 2 years later, I got summoned here, didn't have a problem getting the letter that I'm summoned here. My email has never changed. I've never had a Yahoo email account. So when I got an email from the attorney from the first time that I was here, and I responded back to her because she acted like we could take care of this over the phone and, and get this taken care of. She never responded to me. So I came down here, and that is what you ordered. Y'all ordered the classes and the money. So I checked my emails religiously. Every time I even got an email, I would just check them if I hadn't gotten a notification to see, and I had not gotten anything in 2 months. I still check my notifications. If I get an email, check it to see if there's anything, and I've not gotten anything. I did not get the letter in September that you said was signed. I don't know whose signature. I don't know whose signature that is. It's not mine nor my husband's. So I don't know where that went to or who signed for it. So I was not aware. I was still waiting to hear from you all about what to do. I have no problems. I'm not trying to be non-compliant. I'm not malicious. I didn't forget to renew my license with malicious intent or anything. I've never had a problem with my license. I've never had a problem with me as a nurse in my career. So this is kind of taking me back. And so I hadn't heard from you, but I can get the letter that, for me to come down here for my hearing. I can get those. And I've gotten 2 of them. Why I can't get all this other, every one of these letters or emails, I don't know. But I don't have an email, don't have anything in the mail, except the certified letters that have told me to come here for a hearing. But my email's always been the same.
You just let us know when you're to conclude you can take as much time as you need, but you just say,
Well, I mean, I'm just really upset about this. I mean, I take my job, my career very seriously. I worked way too hard for it. And for me to be called down here a second time and now being called non-compliant, like I'm intently not trying to comply by the rules, I have no problems doing what I need. I did work with an expired license, so that, I mean, I'm not denying that. And I've made changes with the nurses or the gateway to make sure I get a reminder and that I don't forget. And I've just renewed it. So, I mean, I'm not trying to, but I would like to have all the information that I need, the affidavits, the courses, everything that you want me to have when I leave here. I'd rather have it in my hand and not rely on this mail, this emails, just computer. I'd rather have it when I leave here. Then there's no question. If I don't do it, it is completely on me.
that concludes your.
That is all for now. No, that's it.
We're gonna go through allow for questioning. People can ask you questions. I'm gonna start with the board's attorney. Do you have questions for Ms. Motherwell at this time?
I do, just a couple. Ms. Motherwell, did you ever receive the copy of the final order?
No, I didn't even know there was a timeline. When I left here, I wasn't given a timeline.
I do want to remind everyone, let's try not to talk over each other, just for the benefit of our court reporter. So, I apologize.
Have you ever tried to call the board office, to determine whether or not if you in fact say you didn't receive it, have you ever tried to call the board office and ask or inquire about your final order?
I did not call the board. I did call the attorney that I had an email from before, when this got started.
Do you have a copy of that email today?
Well, I don't have my phone on me. It's on my phone.
But it's your argument that you didn't receive any other emails or letters, but yet you received the show cause letter today. Are you aware that compliance has mailed emails and letters, affidavits and letters of concern to that same address that's listed, certified mail?
Mhm.
Okay, and is your testimony and statement today that you in fact have not received those?
I have not received it.
But yet you appeared here today?
Yes, because I got that letter. And I got the certified letter that summoned me down here the first time.
So what prompted you to pay your fine if you had not even seen a copy of your order?
I got that. The payment was not the problem. That came to me, but none of this about the courses ever came to me.
When you say you got that, what do you mean? For the purposes of the record?
When I left here, I was given that information to pay. I was not given any information about the courses. She said, no, we will email that to you.
But you in fact know that as a licensee under this board, who in fact had an order, that it is your responsibility to follow up regarding any type of recommendations and or requirements for licensure, correct?
Okay, I tried to call the attorney and I got no response.
It is-
I've emailed her. She has not responded. So do I have to be responsible for your job or for the board's job too, to send me the information that you're requiring for me to have?
No, but it is your responsibility to ensure that all of the requirements are met so that you can safely practice nursing in the state of Mississippi.
Okay,
And that includes making sure that you have not only paid all fines and fees of your final order, correct?
uh-huh.
But you've also done the continuing education and the conference with your compliance officer, correct?
Yeah, those are the two easy things.
So why in fact have you not done those?
Because I was waiting for the information via email that I was told last time I was here that I would get. And in 2 months that I was looking at my emails every day, all day long, I didn't get anything.
Who has access
So-
to your ThoughtSpan account?
A what?
Your ThoughtSpan account, your
What is
account
that?
in nurses, that has all of your information regarding your
Me?
email address.
Me.
Okay, so you heard the testimony that on or about September sometime 2024, not only did you pay that fine, you updated, or someone who has access to the account updated your email address, correct?
So no, that has been the same email address I've always had. I have never had d.motherw06@yahoo.com.
So
I've
the,
never had that email.
so the email address that was updated, you are now
That has been my
asserting.
email for 30 years.
I would like to finish my statement before you respond, if that's okay. That's okay. You're asserting now that the email address that was updated has always been your current email address.
Mhm.
And yet you also assert that you did not receive any letters or documentation, even though there was no message error
Correct.
received.
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board for the witness?
I'm sorry. Oh,
Very well.
Okay.
Quick question. On the letter that was signed for by someone, August 2nd, 2024 at 9:23, you said that's not my signature or my husband's signature. Where are you seeing that?
Well, there's a letter here that has a little scribble mark. It's on page 33.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's not you or your husband. Do you live at 159 Rosemary
Mhm.
Road apartment? Okay,
Mhm.
okay. So on the correspondence, so you were saying the only correspondence you have had from this board was with the attorney,
Well, for the payment,
okay?
and then the 2 certified mails that told me to come here.
Okay, but the only email correspondence that you have replied to was with the attorney? The board
Yeah, at the
attorney,
very beginning before I came down the first time.
beginning?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Okay. It's the concern I have is how would the email, you got an email from our attorney, but you didn't get an email from our compliance officer.
she was at first using the wrong email address. She was using a yahoo.com. And I don't have Yahoo, I have Gmail. It's
Okay.
always been Gmail.
So when you go into nurses and update your account, when it flagged that it had been updated and then the payment came in. So you're saying, even though it showed on our side of the, or excuse me, the Board of Nursing side of things, that you had updated your email, you're saying you never changed your email?
So before I came here, I signed up for the nurses or the gateway, so I'd make sure I get a reminder of my renewal in case I don't ever want to miss it again. So when I did that, I had never had an account with the nurses. So when I signed up for it at that time, so there was nothing to update. I just signed in and put all my information in there.
Okay, so
So I'm confused when y'all are saying it's updated.
Okay, so the gateway that you pay every 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to list in there your current address. Right?
Right, yeah, I had all that in there.
Okay,
So when I set up the reminder, I just don't know what you're talking about. I never updated my email.
okay. What we're referring to is the communication you would have beyond the nurses, and that was with your compliance officer. Correct. So there's a step above whenever you're out of compliance with the board, for whatever reason, you get an additional means of communication, so to speak, kind of above and beyond the
Mhm.
gateway that all
Mhm.
the nurses have access to. So you're saying that you never had access to that until you paid the fine and then you updated?
No, I got on nurses and made sure that I could get a reminder when I forgot my license. Okay, so when I forgot to renew it, I was always used to having a card. Other states, we give you a card. So anyway, so to make sure that didn't happen again, I got on nurses at that time, which was 2 years before y'all called me down here. So I got on there and set it up to make sure that I did get notifications and emails from the nurses website. So that's it. That's the only time that I've been on the nurses, other than to check things.
Okay.
But I've never updated any information.
Okay, so when you got no information from the board whatsoever, and you said you reached out to the attorney,
Mm-hmm.
did you know at that time that you had been assigned a compliance officer?
Mm-mm.
You did not know?
I've not heard anything from the time I left, except how to make that payment.
Gotcha. Okay, so when you didn't hear back from the attorney and you knew, you said those were the easy things, the continuing ed
Mm-hmm.
and, help me.
Affidavit.
Yes, thank you. The continuing ed affidavit, when you never heard back from the attorney, and typically, I mean, you would think someone else would probably handle that because the
Right.
attorneys are handling all this stuff. So when you never got anything back, did you not think, let me just pick up the phone or put in my phone Mississippi
And who
Board
do
of
we call? Who
Nursing
do I call?
and call the front desk?
Desk.
Yep. Just anyone to answer the phone and say, hey,
Okay.
hey, this is Miss Motherwell, and y'all said y'all were sending me some stuff, but it's 2 months out and I haven't gotten anything. I'm just getting concerned because, in your words, I want to keep my nursing license. I work too hard. to keep that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely. I
yeah.
love my job.
Yeah, yeah, me too. So anyway, so my concern would be, why wouldn't you have called Miss Yolanda? She would have answered the phone on the first or second ring and said, hey, I'm supposed to be getting something from y'all. I have not gotten it. I'm getting concerned because I don't want to have anything else, I want to.
Well, I should have, but I really trusted that y'all would get it to me.
Right, but at the same time, the onus is on me as a nurse. If I'm
Understand that.
delegated some expectations and I really want to keep my license, I'm calling somebody down here to verify, hey, do y'all have my right email? Do I need to drive down there and get the papers? I'll do whatever you need me to do. But my point is, it's just concerning to me that I would have, why didn't you just pick up the phone and call? I mean, if the attorney didn't call you back, even though,
I mean, like I said, I just assumed that y'all would get it to me. And this is what you ordered. I mean, this is a hearing. This is a legal issue. So I figured We trusted y'all to get it to me.
Sure, sure.
I had no reason to think that y'all would never get it to me and I'd be back down here again. Never crossed my mind.
But when it never came, it didn't cross your mind, hey, something's gotten crossed up?
I mean, I don't know how long it takes y'all to do things. It was 2 years after I renewed my license that y'all came after me. I mean, that y'all sent me down here. I didn't mean to say come after me, but press charges against me. I don't know how, I wasn't given a timeline when I left here about when I needed to have this stuff done. She just told me that I would get an email, that they'd send all this stuff to me via email. And then I left.
It didn't concern you that 2 months turned into 4 months, turned into 6 months?
I didn't know there was a timeline. No, ma'am, it did not.
Was there just on the letter of concern, I can't see one in my mind right now. Is there one in here? Okay, what page is that on?
I believe that's, yes.
So. Now,
Page
this-
17.
Yes, ma'am. Now, was this letter of concern received? Okay, and this is the letter of concern that has your correct mailing address on it, page 17 and 18, I believe, yeah, 18, okay. So in this, Motherwell, specifically, you violated final order signed April 22nd, 2024, failing to have compliance conference. The above violation should have been completed within 30 calendar days. So this is. I'm just trying to get the official or, well, the letter of concern. Yeah, I see that. I'm just, when you were here for your hearing, no date was, did you have within 60 days, 180 days, nothing was delineated to that effect? No.
Not to my knowledge. Mm-mm. It wasn't said while I was sitting here. And then I left.
If we could back up and you could sit here again back in your original hearing,
Mm-hmm.
okay. What would you have done differently?
Get that information before I left here, every bit of it. I have a lot of problems with mail.
Oh, you do?
We have tons of problems with our mail.
Okay.
So I wish I would have gotten it. That's why when I said I came down this time, I want everything I need to do in my hands
Yes, ma'am.
before I leave, please.
But in the same vein, you have a lot of problems with your mail. So all the more reason to follow up by phone.
Yeah, email, not mail.
Any other questions from other board members? Seeing no other questions from the board, well, we thank you for your testimony today,
Thank you.
for excuse as a witness.
So, I'm not a non-compliant person. I'm not trying to be non-compliant by no means.
Well, now move to our next portion of the hearing. It's out both sides, an opportunity for closing statements. I'll start with the board's attorney, and then this will have an opportunity for a summarization of your argument in the form of a closing statement. So,
Thank you, just briefly.
I'll take a moment.
Yes. Proceed. I apologize for that.
Board's attorney may proceed with their closing statement.
I'd like for the board panel to remember why we are here today. The respondent has been charged with, and I want to read this into the record as well, for negligently or willfully violating any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to the nursing practice or licensure. I believe today that the evidence has shown clearly and convincingly that respondent violated this nursing practice section, and that she either negligently and or willfully violated the order by being non-compliant. And regardless of whether or not she did not receive that information via email, we have shown that the compliance manager made multiple attempts via telephone, email, and mail to ensure that the respondent was compliant. However, she was not. And the board tried to help the respondent to complete all of the terms and conditions in that order, but at some point that burden shifts to the respondent to comply and to make sure that she is compliant with all the terms and conditions in that order. Despite the continued attempts from her case managers, she clearly failed to abide by those terms and conditions, and she only remitted a fine, which we can assume was after receiving information regarding any disciplinary action in the event that she didn't comply with at least the affidavit or the case management meeting. There's nothing more that we believe that the compliance division can do at this time to monitor, because she has not done anything other than pay her fine. She's been and remains non-compliant with this board's order. As such, the evidence clearly demonstrates that she failed to successfully complete the terms, and I would ask the board to take disciplinary action that is allowed under Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-2. Thank you.
Motherwell, this is your opportunity to present the closing statement and summary of your argument.
Okay. So, again, like I said, I'm not trying to be non-compliant with those order. I'm taking this very seriously. I've never been called down here. I've never had any kind of disciplinary action taken against me. I don't understand how this all works. But I was just waiting for the email to come through. I don't know how long it was going to take. I should have gone up and done a little more calling, I guess. I just trusted that, this system would have gotten everything to me. I don't trust our mail, but anyway, so I didn't get it. I did not get the information I needed except when to be here. And if I truly was being negligent, willfully or not, I wouldn't be here today. I just let my license go suspended. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. So I love my job. I'd like to continue taking care of people.
Thank you. I'm entertaining a motion to go into a closed session.
I'll make a motion. to go into-
Favor? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to enter into a closed executive session?
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
All in favor? More time, all in favor? Okay. Any opposed? It's now 1:48 PM, Thursday, July 17th. The board has returned from executive order after considering the matter at issue. The matter of Deja Motherwell, license number R-889806. The board has found the respondent guilty of charge 1 in the complaint based upon the sworn testimony and the evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. The board has ruled that the license of the respondent be immediately suspended based on the clear and convincing testimony and evidence admitted into the record. The immediate suspension shall be lifted after compliance with all requirements of the previous board order. And the board has allotted 60 calendar days for the respondent to complete these requirements. And a copy of this final order will be issued to you within 45 days of today's date. Correct? And you'll be able to meet with the compliance officer today as well to help you guide you through this process. Thanks, Ms. Motherwell.
What do I do now? Sarah's video. Okay. So I'm gonna play.
We prepared to move into the matter of Brittany Horn. Is that correct? Okay. Are we off the air? I'm sorry. today, now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing in the matter of licensee Brittany Horn, license number R-907480. This time, I'd like to have members of the board identify themselves for the record.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Janelle Moody, RN,
Lacey Gentry, RN.
Carly Walker, LPN alternate.
Yes, and as Ms. Walker just said, just to clearly identify, she'll be serving as the alternate and will not participate in the proceedings or the deliberation. This time, is the board's attorney, please identify themselves for the record.
Brandon Walker.
Walker, are there any preliminary matters? Well, first of all, is the licensee here?
No, Your Honor, the licensee is not here.
Not been spotted all day.
No, Your Honor. I can address service in the proposed exhibits if you'd like me to do that.
Yes, sir.
In the exhibits we propose to enter in evidence, you'll see, and you have to indulge me for a minute. We sent several notices to the licensee, the first one being on page 7. It was sent actually May the 3rd of last year. Notice the licensee for a December hearing last year. You can see on page 10, that came back. You see again, that we sent another notice of hearing on page 11 that was sent January 3rd of this year, notice for hearing of April. You'll notice on page 14, that one was actually delivered. So we met service right there. Now, if you'll, give me just a few minutes. If you'll look with me on page, all the way on page 77 of the proposed exhibits, you'll see an email that I received from the licensee, Ms. Horn, stating that she had, and that was, she said she had a question about the 10th. For when her hearing was, if you'll notice, her hearing date was actually not the 10th. But I'm sorry, it was the 10th. So it was referencing the date of her hearing in April. She sent that on April 8th, while we were in hearings. Stating that she had COVID. My response to her was that I needed positive test and something, a provider stating such as evidence that she in fact did have COVID. She sent that. You can see it on 78 and 79. It's been, but the proposed exhibits will be labeled R1. The communication then did go on. You can see on page 76 that she said, okay, I'll send it. And as I've said, she sent it. On page 75, you can see on the 9th, I told her we'd received that. We noticed for a new hearing. She acknowledged receipt. You can see right above that email. And that was sent April the 9th. If you look over on page 74, you can see the email I sent on May the 2nd at 10:57 a.m. that said, we have attempted to send you a new notice of hearing for June. The tracking shows that it has not been delivered. If you do not pick up your certified mail, the law requires that we publish your notice in the newspaper. If we do not receive confirmation that you received service through certified mail, that will be our next step. And you can see that was May 2nd, the very next day, I got an email saying she had not received the letter. And so, again, if you'll flip over with me one more time to page 73, I acknowledged that on May 5th and said, we'll send one again to that address you have with us. And then back one more page to page 72. On May 12th, I again sent another email saying that this was the third notice has been sent and it was again returned as unclaimed. We currently have a fourth notice because we had sent a fourth notice that was already out for redelivery because you can set it for redelivery. And it was unsuccessful. And we said that this means you'll have to pick it up at the post office. And if you don't, we'll be sending you another notice. We'll not be sending you another notice. Certified mail costs money, therefore it's costing taxpayers money. We don't typically try and waste taxpayer money. And I told her then, if you don't pick it up, we will not be sending another notice. The next step would be for us to publish you in a newspaper. And if you'll see, I also gave another option because she had been communicating through email. The other option was for her to waive service so we could notice her through email. And I told her exactly what we need her to say. And if she did not, we would have to proceed with publishing. And that was sent on May the 12th at 1 p.m. She then sent an email saying, right above that on page 72, on June 3rd. So that was sent on May 12th. On June 3rd at 1 in the morning, she said, "I'm sorry for my delay in sending this email. I've been off work due to health conditions." And then she sent the required statement that I had told her. But at that point, as you'll see, if you look on page 71, that was a month later. We had already paid for publishing. At that point, that was no longer an option. We published her for today's hearing. I told her that. And if you look at the June 8th one, she asked about a continuance, for other reasons. And I told her, you can see the email above there. I said, "You have been published for a hearing in July. We have attempted multiple times to send you certified mail for the hearing dates. You failed to pick up your mail despite communication we've had through email." I told her then we had no issue sending her a hearing date, so she would know it since she asked for it. And she asked about legal counsel. I told her if she would like a continuance, that it would have to be requested through legal counsel, and we would be happy to do that, but we would need communication from legal counsel. And you can see on the next page, Ms. Dittis, who used to be the paralegal, sent her the date of her hearing. On page 69, this is the publication. Like I said, the reason we went forward and could not accept her service as before is because we had already published her. Again, that costs state money. This meets the statutory requirement. She was published on May 29th, June 5th, June 12th. That notice was for today at 8:30 a.m. As of 2 o'clock today, she's still not here and not on the signage. So I believe, Your Honor, we would request to go forward, despite all the communication we've had from her and with her and the multiple attempts at service. And the taxpayer money we've already spent on just service alone for this licensee. I would request that we proceed with the hearing because I believe we've met the statutory notice.
Duly noted, the evidence, based on the evidence you've just presented and in the interest of conserving judicial resources and taxpayer dollars, we will proceed. We feel notice has been amply provided to the respondent. This time I will notice having been addressed. Would the board like to enter any documents in notice?
Yes, Your Honor, we request B1 through B17, as well as the R1 that I referenced earlier that shows the positive COVID test and the letter from a provider that was provided by her.
I'd like to have those documents, B1 through B17, as well as R1 entered into the record as evidence. And at this time, I'll turn it over to the board's attorney to offer a statement or.
We request that we swear in Mr. Dwayne Jameson as a witness. Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I'll give just a brief opening, Your Honor. Ms. Horn was employed at Baptist Memorial Healthcare Corporation in Boonville, Mississippi, when her documentation and drug administration came into question. On July the 7th, 2022, a patient that she had been documenting administering Percocet to several times and for several days in a row, was drug tested, and the results of that test were negative. During that time, you'll see in the evidence today that she was prescribed over 240 hydrocodone pills in just in 1 month alone. And because of that, we were asking the board to, her actions and the documentation that she was showing to the administrative magistrates, and the fact that this patient tested negative, we'll be asking that the board take action on her license today. And Your Honor, if I could, I know these medical records are exempt from public disclosure, public records, but can we seal these because they do contain patient information?
Like to seal all of B1 through B17.
I don't think there's any reason to seal R1, the positive COVID test, but I believe there is, let's see. If we could just seal the patient records, I believe they're B9. That would probably be sufficient.
Let the record reflect that Exhibit B9. Entered into the record as a sealed record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Board now call Mr. Dwayne Jamison. Mr. Jamison, will you state your current place of employment for the record?
Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you been here at the board?
since March of '91.
Can you state what what do you do at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
So you're familiar with the investigative processes of this board,
Yes, I am.
and you've reviewed this file, and you're not the original investigator of this case, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, but you reviewed this file and you are familiar with the investigative file.
Yes.
Will you look at page 4 and identify that for the record, please? I'm sorry, it's page 5.
Page 5 is license verification information for Brittany Holt Holman.
Okay, and when does it show that she was first licensed?
She was licensed July 17th, 2017, as a registered nurse.
Okay, so she was in fact, or is in fact a licensee of this board, correct?
That is correct.
If you would, look next at page 8. Would you identify that for the record, please?
Page 8 is a copy of the complaint.
And can you just sum up the charges against Ms. Horn?
Yes, there are a total of 4 charges that involve negligently or willfully practicing nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards. Also, that respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. That the respondent engages in unprofessional conduct by failing to maintain medical records in a professional manner, including making false entries in patient records. And then that the respondent is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual user of narcotics.
Are there any facts that support those charges in the complaint?
Yes.
Would you mind summarizing those?
Okay, on or about July 14th, while at Baptist Memorial Health Care Corporation in Boonville, Mississippi, a patient tested negative for opioids, even though the respondent charted as having administered multiple doses of opioids to the patient.
Okay, thank you. If you will you turn over to page 16? Will you tell us what this is?
Page 6.
At the top of the page, I'm sorry.
At the top, page 6, top of page 16, appears to be an email correspondence from Linda Wilburn, RN from Baptist Memorial Hospital in Boonville.
Okay, thank you. And can you just tell us what this email is about from Miss Linda?
This particular email is in regards to the Brittany Horn investigation, where she mentions it having been brought to her attention that the respondent had a pattern of giving narcotics every 4 hours. And on a particular patient LG, who had oxycodone ordered every 4 hours, and she was actually pulling it on this particular patient. But when the urine drug screen was done, it came back negative for opioids.
So it came back negative for the patient, is that correct?
That's correct.
So based on this finding, they drug screened her narcotic administration. They drug screened the patient and the patient was negative.
That is correct.
Are you familiar with this email under the one from Ms. Wilburn? It's the one from, I believe, Allison Wildman, looks like.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you just tell us what interaction did she have with Ms. Horn on July 5th, according to the email that was sent?
Yes, this second email, which was from Allison Wildman, she's the RN who actually she states that she was busy with another admission when the subject came in complaining that she was sick and needing to go home. So she was the nurse who actually took care of the patients that were initially signed to the respondent. So in an attempt to familiarize herself with the patient, she looked at the MARs to check to see what meds they were getting, and noticed that this particular patient LG, was receiving medications on a regular basis. And especially the last 3 nights when the nurse worked, indicated that this particular patient had received Percocet PRN every 4 hours while she was there.
So she noticed, she essentially was monitoring Ms. Horn's patients after she left, apparently.
Yes,
And that's how she found out how much narcotics she was actually pulling and documented she administered.
that's correct.
Okay. And does she, in her email, does she confirm what the other email said about the patient being tested?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so that, she also says the patient was tested and again was negative.
That is correct.
Okay. So under this on page 17, can you tell us what we have here?
On page 17, this is an email statement from the respondent, Ms. Brittany Horn.
Okay, so can you tell us in her statement, what does she say about her administration of the pain medication to the patient then?
She indicated that she basically made a nursing judgment and felt that the patient needed the medication, so that she did prescribe it. She states she did prescribe. I'm sorry, administered the medication.
So she admits, she states in her statement that she gave the medication every 4 hours.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's look next over at page 24, I believe. Been marked as exhibit B8. It's been admitted into evidence. Will you just identify this for the record and state what it is?
Page 24 is a counseling interview record from Baptist Memorial Healthcare Corporation on employee Brittany Horn.
Okay, if you would, can we just kind of read what it says in there, just to read into the record for us, please, Mr. James?
Okay, it states that Omnicell records pulled as part of the investigation for every narcotic that you've given to patients. We found multiple patients who received narcotics pulled by you on a routine basis of every 4 hours. The beginning of your shift, the middle of your shift, and right before you end your shift. We also reviewed these same patients and found that you gave a significant amount of narcotics compared to other RNs on the 3 other rotations. One example is that you gave a patient narcotics on 16 different occasions compared to just 2 doses given by another RN. During the investigation, we found multiple scenarios where this took place. The most recent patient was the one we discussed after being brought to our attention on July 6th. That particular patient was given 14 doses by you, and upon drug screening him, he was found to be negative for opioids despite the multiple doses given to him, the last being at 12:03, 15 minutes before you left 6.
Okay, so just to back up and summarize things up, we have 2 statements that we've looked at as emails that said that a patient that she was responsible for, that she documented administration on, tested negative for the pain medication she was supposedly administering, correct?
Yes,
And then in this most recent, an employee counseling record, it says essentially the same thing, that she administered several doses and the patient was still negative, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And do you know, does it say what on the outcome down there, does it say what they did to her immediately?
Yes, it indicates that she was terminated effective immediately.
All right, if you will, let's look, the next thing we'll look at is page 26. Can you tell us what this is?
Page 26 is drug screen results for patient LG.
Okay. And is this the same patient that's been referenced that we've been talked about already?
Yes.
Okay. And if you will, there's at the top there's the identification I see has been marked out, but there's 3 numbers. We read those 3 numbers are that identify this.
The numbers are 672, 672.
Okay. And on this drug screen for this patient, can you tell us what you see as the results?
The results were all negative, and the drugs tested were amphetamines, barbiturates, benzodiazepines, cocaine, opiates, PCP, and cannabinoids.
Okay. And there was all negative.
Yes.
If you would, next look over to page 28. I believe this is the MAR, but we confirmed that this is the MAR for the patient that we were looking at already for the drug screen.
I'm not sure that it is the MAR as opposed to just the administration of the medication.
Yes, thank you. And are the last three numbers under the administration record up there at the top? Can you confirm what those are for us as well?
672.
Okay, so that's the same patient we're looking at before on the drug screen, correct?
Yes.
All right, and just on this page, can you just tell us who you see is listed as administering medication?
The only person that's listed on this page as having administered this medication is Brittany Hope Horn, RN,
And that medication, for the record, can you tell what it is?
oxycodone.
And there's no other name on this page 28, is that correct?
That is correct.
On the bottom of the page, what's the last date that you see that she documented administering Percocet to this patient?
The last date is July 6, 2022.
I'm sorry, at the bottom of the page, what's the date on the bottom of the page? I apologize.
The date on the bottom of the page is June 30th, 2022.
So, and on just, we won't really go into this, but on page 29, are there other dates that are earlier than June 30th that she administered?
Yes, as early as June 24th, 2022.
Okay. So on going back to June 30th, how many times did she document administration just that day to the patient?
On June 30th, there were three times.
Okay. And moving on up there, what about the next date I see is July 1st? How many times did she document administration on that day?
There was one tablet administered.
And then on the 3rd?
On the 3rd, there was one tablet.
And going on up, how many times on July 4th did she document administration?
On July 4th, there was 4 tablets administered.
And how about on the 5th and the 6th?
On the 5th, there were 2 tablets administered, and then on the 6th, there was 1 tablet.
Okay, so the only day that we've looked at on this page that she didn't document administration was July 2nd, is that correct?
That is correct.
I want to look back, if you will, with me on page 26. Can you state for the record what date it says that specimen, this is the drug screen. Can you just tell us what date the specimen was collected from that patient?
It was collected on July 7th, 2022.
Okay, so this was the next day after her last time documented administration, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so we looked at June 30th until June 6th, so that's approximately 7 days. She documented, she gave Percocet to that patient except on the 2nd, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, let's look at page 54, please. Can you just, for the record, state what this is on page 54?
Page 54 is an email statement from Brittany Horn, email to one of our former investigators, Jaquita Davis.
Okay. And so can you just are you familiar with this email, Mr. James?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, according to her statement, why does she say that the patient tested negative? What's her explanation?
Her explanation was that the patient had been receiving fluids continuously, as well as 2 different antibiotics, mixed antibiotics into IV administration. And she states that she could absolutely see why he would test negative because of this. And she also goes on to say that he had not received any pain medication in over 40-something hours. So therefore, it would be negative.
Okay, so her explanation is all the fluids he was getting, and then on top of the fact it had been over 40 hours.
Right.
Okay. And in the test we just looked at, the patient was tested, I believe you said on the 7th, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so according to her documentation that we've already looked at, had it been over 40 hours?
No, had not been.
Okay. The last thing I want to look at is over on page 57. Can you just identify what this is for the record?
Okay, page 57 appears to be page 2 of 3 of her PMP, the subject's PMP.
And what, for the record, we state what a PMP is, what it shows.
Prescription monitoring profile, and it shows controlled substances for the respondent.
Okay. Do you see where she was prescribed, just bear with me, I apologize in advance. Do you see where she was prescribed hydrocodone in June of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me how many pills she was prescribed on June 2nd of 2022?
On June 2nd, she was prescribed 120.
Okay, and then what about on June the 20th?
June 20th, she was prescribed 12.
And then again, 2 days later on June, the 22nd, 2022.
She was prescribed 8.
So far we have 120, 12, and 8, right? That's what. So for 140 total on those days we looked at so far, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, so if you keep going, how many hydrocodone pills was she prescribed on June 30th of 2022?
On June 30th, she was prescribed 120.
So we have 140 pills that we've already looked at, plus this 120, so that's 260 if that's correct, is that right?
Yes, that would be correct.
And can you tell us when the last prescription she received for hydrocodone was?
The last prescription for hydrocodone was filled on December 6, 2022.
And at that time, the patient had tested negative, or during this time period that we're looking at, that patient had tested negative for opioids, is that correct?
Yes,
Your Honor, I tend to witness.
Are there any questions from the board members for the witness? No questions from the board at this time. The witness may step down. Thank you for your testimony. This time we'll entertain any other witnesses.
No other witnesses, Your Honor, state rest. I would request just a short closing.
The board, please.
I believe that we have presented sufficient evidence that's clear and convincing to prove the charges against the respondent today. As you saw in the record, there were instances she was terminated because of her drug administration or lack thereof. Apparently, we have several a record of administration of several Percocet to the particular patient, but yet the patient tested negative. I understand it was documented, but it doesn't appear that she was actually administering what she was pulling. So we feel confident that we have met the burden as far as proving her making incorrect entries and making false entries. And it would appear that since no defense was offered today, that she was either has misappropriated some medication or is either habitually addicted to it or an habitual user. Either way, I don't believe that Ms. Horn's actions meet the standard of the nursing practice. And in order to protect the public, we would request that the board revoke the license of Ms. Horn. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Time will entertain a motion to enter into a closed executive session.
Make a motion.
Motion made for a closed session and seconded. All in favor? Is there a motion to enter into a closed executive session?
Make a motion.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? The board, motion carries. The board will now deliberate on this matter. Time is now 2:22 PM. Decided to come out of executive session, enter back into general session. At this time, we're going to take up our next matter. And then enter into deliberations on both Brittany Horn and Sheila Turner. And now we're entering into we're going to take up the matter of Sheila Turner. And at this time, I'll have the board identify themselves for the record for this matter.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Lacey Gentry, RN. Carly Walker, LPN, alternate.
Walker has identified herself as alternate. At this time, the board's attorney identify herself for the record.
Alexis Morris.
Thank you. And are there any, is the licensee here?
No, she is not.
Not here. And notice was properly supplied to the respondent?
Yes, and in the exhibits that we plan to enter into the record, I can address service. On or about March 28, 2025, a notice of hearing was sent to the respondent, Ms. Turner. And on April 2nd, 2025, Ms. Turner actually signed the green card that was received. So we believe that we have met the notice requirement in this matter.
Noted. And let me turn to that.
The notice was dated for July 17, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. It is now 2:27 p.m. and she is not on the premises and she is not signed in today.
And please let the record reflect that service process. The respondent has been properly served with notice in this matter. 1 second, please. This is the matter of Sheila Turner, license number R-878411. Would the board attorney like to enter any preliminary, any evidence into the record on the preliminary matter?
Ask that exhibits B1 through B6 be entered at this time.
Noted. And these records are now made a part of the. We have a witness or witnesses to be sworn in.
Yes, I would like to call Director Dwayne Jamison as a witness.
Director Hennessy is solemnly swear that this comes about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Board may proceed as it sees fit with either an opening statement or their case in chief. I'll let you start.
Start with presenting my case. Thank you. Okay, please state your name again for the record.
Dwayne Jamison,
Okay, Boyd,
Mississippi Board of Nursing,
and how long have you been with the board?
since March of 1991.
And in what capacity?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
Okay, so you are familiar with the investigative processes of the board, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are you familiar with cause number 2024-0781?
I am.
If you would please turn with me to page 2 and identify that document.
Page 2 is the licensure information for Sheila Turner, showing that she was licensed on October 24th, 2007 as a registered nurse.
And if you would please turn to page 7 and identify that document.
Page 7 is the notice of hearing.
And what's the date on that notice of hearing?
The date on the letter itself is March 28th, 2025, advising of a hearing date of Thursday, July 17th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
If you would please turn to page 8 and identify that document.
Page 8 is a copy of the complaint.
Would you please read the charges against the respondent?
Okay, charge 1 is that the respondent had a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered such a license or privilege to practice in any jurisdiction, has been placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction, or has been placed under disciplinary order any manner as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction. Certified copy of the order of suspension, revocation, probation, or disciplinary action shall be evidence of such action. And charge two is that the respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely having a license denied, conditionally issued, reprimanded, placed on probation, suspended, revoked, or voluntarily surrendered in another state, territory, or country in violation of 30 Mississippi Admin Code.
And are there facts to substantiate those charges listed?
Yes, there are.
Will you please summarize those facts for the board?
Okay, on November the 28th, 2023, the respondent signed a consent order with the Tennessee Board of Nursing to voluntarily surrender and to cease and desist her privilege to practice nursing in Tennessee. And the reason being that the respondent was employed as an RN at Behavioral Health Department at Methodist Healthcare Hospital North in Memphis. Where on September 11th, 2022, the respondent pinched and twisted patient A's nipple when the patient A used profanity towards her after administering an injection. And then on or about June 30th, 2023, the respondent admitted to an investigator that she felt that she treated patient A appropriately when she pinched patient A's nipple.
Would you please turn to page 12 and identify this document for the record?
Page 12 is a copy of the consent order issued by the State of Tennessee Department of Health.
Okay, and whose name is listed on this consent order?
Sheila Turner.
And have you reviewed this order?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a disciplinary action from the Tennessee Board of Nursing on Ms. Turner's license, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and do you see a stipulations of facts page anywhere in this order?
Yes, page 2 of 7 starts with the stipulations of fact.
Okay, will you please read paragraphs 4, 5, and 6 of that order into the record?
Okay, paragraph 4 reads, on or about September 11th, 2022, respondent was assigned to patient A. While respondent was sitting at the nurse's station, patient A approached and began to speak to nurse. Respondent asked patient A what she needed, and patient A responded, "I don't need anything from you." Respondent informed nurse 2 that she was going to administer patient A's as needed medications. Respondent recommended administering patient A's medications in patient A's room in an effort to calm patient A before administering the medications. However, at nurse 2's insistence, the administration was done in the common area. Nurse 2 and nurse 3 calmed patient A enough to get her to sit in a chair, and the nurses restrained patient A by each holding an arm. After respondent administered one injection, patient A stated, "Now put a Band-Aid on it." Responded by pinching and twisting patient A's nipple. Patient A asked respondent why she pinched her, and respondent replied, "Why are you calling me those dirty names when I'm trying to help you?" Patient A then broke free of nurse 2 and nurse 3's grasp and scratched respondent across the face. As nurse 2 and nurse 3 attempted to restrain patient A, respondent began to lunge at patient A until nurse 2 stepped between patient A and respondent. Respondent left the common area and called the RN director for the Behavioral Health Department at Methodist and informed him she had been attacked by a patient and was too upset to work and left the facility.
Continue reading.
5 reads, during Methodist investigation of respondent September 11, 2022 interaction with patient A, respondent admitted to pinching and lunging at patient A. Methodist suspended respondent pending the outcome of the investigation. However, before the investigation was completed, respondent submitted a resignation stating she was retiring.
Paragraph 6 as well.
And paragraph number 6 reads, on or about June 30th, 2023, respondent was interviewed by Tennessee Department of Health investigator. Respondent admitted to investigator that she pinched patient A's nipple and said she did so to scare her or retaliate for patient A calling her inappropriate names. Respondent also stated, I think I treated her appropriately.
And there is a stipulated disposition section, correct?
Yes.
And what were the findings of that, or the terms and conditions of that stipulated disposition?
The respondent agreed to voluntarily surrender her privilege to practice nursing in the state of Mississippi, beginning the effective date of this order.
State of Mississippi or which state?
State of Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Beginning the effective date of this order, respondent understands that a voluntary surrender has the same effect as a revocation.
Okay,
Um,
and number 9 as well.
The respondent further agrees to cease and desist the practice of nursing in the state of Tennessee, beginning the effective date of this order.
Now turn to page 17. Did Ms. Turner sign this order?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and what was the date that she signed?
She signed it September 5th, 2023.
Okay, and was this order ultimately approved by the Tennessee board?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So as far as you notice, you're understanding that Ms. Turner was in fact disciplined in another jurisdiction.
Yes, she was.
So based on your review of the record, does it substantiate the charges against Ms. Turner?
It does.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from the board for the witness at this time?
Mr. Jameson, have we had any contact with Ms. Turner?
We've not typically, when another board has conducted an investigation, we obtain those certified records and we do not typically follow up.
Yes, sir. Okay. I just noted that she mentioned retirement as part of her surrendering her license. So I'm assuming that that's her plan, but you haven't spoken with her, so you don't know.
That's correct.
No further questions? Seeing no further questions from the board, we thank you, Mr. Jameson, for your testimony.
All right.
At this time, the state rests.
The rest. Now, is there a motion from the board's enter into a closed session?
Make a motion. we go into session.
Second, it, all in favor? Is there a motion to enter into a closed executive session? Time is now 3:01 PM, Thursday, July 17th, and the Board of Nursing is back on the record. The board has returned from executive session and has a number of decisions to announce. First, in the matter of Sheila Turner, license number R-878411. Respondent has been found guilty of charges 1 and 2 in the complaint based upon the sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record of the hearing. This license number shall be revoked. Next decision is in the matter of Brittany Horn, license number R-907480. Licensee has been found guilty of charges 1 through 4 in the complaint. This is based upon the sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. This license is also revoked. And finally, there's been an agreed settlement proposal that has been accepted by the board. This is for license number R-877828. This concludes the business of the Board of Nursing for our hearings today. And one final statement. I'll turn it over to the board.
I would like to go on record as to commending our faithful servant, Ms. Nancy Norris Johnson. Thank you for your 11 years of tenacious service to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. We are grateful for you. Thank you for mentoring us. Thank you for loving us well. And thank you for serving not only the nurses in the state of Mississippi well, but in serving the entire population of the state of Mississippi to ensure their protection. We commend you for your service, and we are so blessed by you and your friendship, Miss Nancy Norris Johnson. We love you. That's all.
Business of the Board of Nursing. The Board of Nursing is adjourned for the day.